guys, I am so sorry that I'm late. You never know when you have a doctor's appointment how to gauge how long it's going to last. I did my best. Really? It said 3 people, and now it's only 1. Like, seconds! I'm here. I'm not in a good mood either. Doctor's appointment went fine. Blood pressure's good. Sugar's good. Everything's good. Then why do I look like this? I could sleep forever. I'm so sleepy. Antics and quotes from Lychwick. Making earplugs from materials in the courtroom. Feigning to be asleep during testimony. Pretending he is near death. Quote, I strongly object to these proceedings. I am unprepared to defend myself and I am sickly. I should be in a hospital. This is outrageous. I never saw this gun. Unquote. Despite being found in his car. Quote, I did not appreciate being forced out of my hospital bed back into the jail by 2 young thugs they sent to pick me up. Unquote. He scheduled a procedure for the day of the final pre-trial hearing. Oh, yeah, that makes sense that he thought that would get... That makes sense that he thought that would get him out of his pre-trial hearing. I know. I'll schedule a medical procedure. They can't take me back to jail if I'm in the hospital. Lychwick said he also suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. Good Lord, Debbie, learn to talk. Lychwick said he also suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder exacerbated by what he called dungeon-like conditions in the jail. What?
Lychwick, 24 CF 1881. Appearances, please.
The state appears by Chelsea Thompson and Dan Tombasco. Also at council table is Detective Ben Stern.
Good afternoon. Mr. Lychwick is present again in person in custody. Good afternoon, Mr. Lychwick. Also present is Attorney Pablo Galaviz as standby counsel. The court will make a record that Mr. Lychwick, again, consistent with this morning, is produced in his wheelchair in jail orange. The court notes that Mr. Lychwick's hair appears to have been combed or slicked back a little bit better, so he is not as disheveled as he was earlier today. Mr. Lychwick, did you have an opportunity to retrieve all of your trial notes and exhibits and things like that from this morning? Are you going to
Test these
participate?
proceedings. I am here under duress. I am not well.
Did you want to retrieve your trial notes and exhibits to assist you in court today?
No.
Mr.
I want
Lychwick,
to be able to address the jury and tell them what I'm going through and what you put me through and what I think of you.
that will not be allowed, Mr. Lychwick. Mr. Lychwick, I've been advised by my deputy that you have something in your ears, like makeshift earplugs or something like that. Is that true?
That's my business. That's true, and they're going to stay there, as far as I'm concerned.
I just want to make sure that you are still going to be able to hear the proceedings, that you hear me, you hear the witness testimony and things like that. So that's why I bring it up. As long as you can hear, I'll let you proceed with the makeshift earplugs in, if that's your choice. If at any point you can't hear, though, I want to know that so that we can either make accommodations for it or have them removed. Understand?
I don't understand you at all, because I can hear fine. I just am not up to processing what I hear or dealing with it. And you know that. You must know that.
Anything else you want to state for the record before we continue, Mr. Lychwick?
Again, I protest these these proceedings. I am here under duress. This trial is a sham. I am being railroaded.
Do you want?
I don't think you are morally fit to be a judge.
Do you
and
want?
As soon as I can sit down and write a letter, I am going to complain to your boss, Judge Buchenhagen, and I am going to write my state representative and my congressman and complain about the way I've been treated these 18 months. And now, drag me from my sick bed this morning? I wonder what your veracity and sanity is, Judge Maas.
Mr. Lychwick, do you want an opportunity to get dressed in civilian clothes?
I am saying nothing more. This is an outrage. This is not rational.
All right, then we will bring the jury in. Anything else from the state before we proceed?
I provided another stack of the paper exhibits that contain both photos. The PowerPoint presentation I'll be going through with Aaron Christensen and any other documents or reports. They were all provided previously in discovery, but since he doesn't have that with him, he now has them to follow along if he so chooses.
All right, the court will also note that Mr. Lychwick still has a notepad and pen. He has a stack of exhibits and a stack of exhibits and pictures in front of him. He does have water. And Mr. Lychwick, if at any time you want to take a break and go down and retrieve your other trial materials, we can make that accommodation. But at this point, we will proceed. We'll bring in the jury.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to continue with the evidence in this case. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Aaron Christensen.
Please come up to the witness stand, and when you get up here, remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
The testimony about the matter before the court shall be you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat. Get yourself situated nice and close to the microphone and start by stating your name, spelling both your first and last for the record.
My name is Erin Christensen. My first name spelling is Erin, E-R-I-N, Christensen, C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
Specialist Christensen, how are you employed?
I am employed at the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And as a specialist, you're also a sworn law enforcement officer in the state of Wisconsin, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
In my 23rd year.
And prior to becoming a specialist, were you a patrol officer?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to becoming a specialist, did you have any other roles within the City of Waukesha Police Department besides being the patrol officer?
Yes, I was also a crime prevention specialist.
Okay. Now, as in your current role as a specialist, is there a particular unit or type of work that you engage in?
Yes, one of the things I do is I work with detectives who provide me records from that have usually a location information on them from different providers like cell phone companies, and I can then look through them and map them for the detectives for their cases.
Okay. Now, you talked about receiving location records from a detective who's investigating a case. When detectives bring you that data, what kind of format are those records in or that data in?
It depends on the phone company, but usually it is in a PDF or an Excel format, text format, just depends on the provider.
Okay. And in analyzing these location records, how long have you been doing that?
Since about 2015.
And do you have to go through any kind of specialized training in order to know how to read these records and use the software that assists in reading these records?
Yes, my first training was in 2015, and this was an introductory course, and it went over, at that time, telephone providers and like for cell phone companies, and went through how kind of the basic, the fundamentals of how it works for cell phone companies and usage, and how they then have different reports that they're logging in the background after people use them. And then we're able to get those reports potentially and then use that information that are on those along with something called a cell site list and map those records.
Are you familiar with the program CellHawk?
Yes.
And for the court reporter, is that CELLHAWK?
Yes.
Okay, what is CellHawk?
CellHawk is the program that we use at our police department to map these records. Many of these records have hundreds, if not thousands, of points or lines that can be mapped with location information. So whereas I used to start by hand being able to do this, now with having so many records, we have this platform called CellHawk that I can upload these reports to that were given to me by the cellular company, and then that will put them into this platform and map them for me.
When we're talking about cell phone providers, what are the major providers whose records you are having or seeing most consistently in your work?
AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon.
Okay. Do each of those providers keep generally the same kinds of information, just maybe in a different format, or have different retention periods?
Yes, each of those do have different formats on those. Some have kind of names that are slightly different for different columns within a document, but overall they have a lot of the same type of information.
And can CellHawk understand or account for the differences in the records depending on which provider gave us the records?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is CellHawk changing any of the data in the records that the detectives receive from the provider?
No.
Are you the one who, actually, no, sorry, strike that. Do you have to have any kind of specialized training, or do you have certification in using the CellHawk software?
Yes, I did go to a class in 2018. That was 3 days. Also one in 2024 for 3 days. And I've received many other hours of instruction from them by like webinars or other training that I could sign up for. Those go over the same thing. Kind of, they always go, many of these classes go through the basics of this is what a cell company is, this is how you would map it if you were to do it by hand, these are the different documents that providers may give to you, and this is how you could map them, and then this is our program, and this is how you upload them, how you map them, and different ways to display them.
Since 2015, can you give an estimate of how many cases that you've worked on where you've had to analyze these kinds of records?
I would guess probably over 75.
Okay. Now, when you are inputting this data into CellHawk and it provides you with the output, whether that is you can view it in a static view, meaning it doesn't move, or you can create an animation based on the data, do you need to know any details about the underlying investigation in which the detective, sorry, I got distracted. When you are performing this analysis, when the detectives bring you these records, do you need to know anything about that underlying investigation?
I don't need to know.
What is what if any information do the detectives provide to you when they give you these records?
Sometimes they'll provide me with dates of interest, times of interest, or time spans of interest, maybe other phone numbers that they're interested in.
Okay, now if, let's say, because we are going to eventually talk about records in this investigation, if you received records from AT&T for an individual identified as Carlos Maldonado, do you know Carlos Maldonado?
No.
Do you need to know him or know anything about how he's involved in a case in order to do your job?
No.
Moving on then, were you asked to assist in a death investigation that started after remains were found at 1512 East North Street on October 30th of 2024?
Yes.
And was that Detective Ben Stern sitting next to me who came to you to ask for your assistance in mapping records he received from cell phone providers?
Yes.
Were you able to take those records and upload them into CellHawk and create the animations or the static views of those records?
Yes.
Did you also prepare a PowerPoint for your testimony today that encompassed all of those results?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of the jury? In front of the witness. Okay, Specialist Christensen, do you see this on your screen in front of you?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can you wipe the screen? Thank you. Okay, do you see the exhibit sticker in bottom right-hand corner, Exhibit 91?
Yes.
And I will briefly go through all 14 slides. Having briefly reviewed all 14 of those slides, is this an accurate representation or accurate copy of the PowerPoint you prepared for your testimony today?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 91 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury as we go through it.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of Exhibit 91?
In light of what we discussed when I returned from break, your question is ridiculous, Your Honor. I have nothing to say anymore throughout these proceedings today.
Mr. Lychwick, that's your
here under
first warning.
duress.
Mr. Lychwick, that's your first warning that the court's going to give you about talking back to the court and talking out of order. The question was whether or not you had an objection to Exhibit 91. Do you? All right. Without a response from the defendant, that exhibit will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you. And I would ask that it be published as I go through it with the specialist.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the publication of exhibit number 91? Without response, that will be allowed to be used with the jury.
Specialist Christensen, when you are mapping out these records and you end up either having to testify in court or just continuing to assist in the investigation, have you prepared PowerPoints like this before?
Yes.
And in the beginning part of this PowerPoint, are there some general definitions or terms or explaining the methodology of historical location cell site analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to the second slide then, what method do you use to evaluate these records?
I put 3 bullet points here. It's just letting you know that cell phone companies maintain databases that capture and store information related to the usage of each customer's cellular phone. The databases generate call detail records, which are also sometimes referred to as CDRs.
What information is contained in the grouping of call detail records?
The information can vary slightly, but for the most part, it's the date, the time, the duration, the called number, the calling number. They also capture the cell tower, the cell sector, or the cell site, sometimes the antenna used.
Is it fair to say then, when we're evaluating call detail records, those records are user activity on the phone, meaning someone is actually using the phone, which generates the call detail records?
Not always. It could be that it's voice, text, sometimes data, depending upon the provider and what records they're providing to me that is in the CDR. AT&T, their CDR contains voice document, a data document, and also an SMS document. Not all other providers do it the same way.
Are you familiar with the phrase timing advance?
Yes.
What is timing advance?
Timing advanced is specialized location information that the provider keeps for themselves to analyze their own network and how it's running.
So what's the difference then between the timing advance data and CDRs?
Timing advanced data is something that the cell provider uses internally to analyze how the network and the towers kind of react with each person's phone to know if they need to do anything else for maybe upgrading their equipment.
And I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, that I've been told.
Now, that kind of data, the timing advance, is that the phone kind of working in the background even though someone might not actually be using their phone?
Correct.
Okay, so the phone is always connecting or looking for the strongest source or the best signal from that particular cell site. Do I have that right?
Yeah, as anybody's sitting and has their phone on, your phone might not be getting calls or texts, but it's just sitting there always analyzing the network and saying, if I'm going to work the best, which tower am I, or cell site, which one am I going to use right now if a call comes in, so that call isn't dropped. And so you're able to make calls efficiently.
Moving on then to the next slide, when we are talking about cell site analysis, what is the technology that these providers are using to gather this information, or how the phone is connecting to the cell site?
So just on a real basic level, cell phones are pretty much radios, and these use radio frequencies to communicate. As it says that when they are on, they're always looking, constantly scanning the network and looking for the best signal. Typically the strongest and cleanest signal generally comes from the tower that is closest to the phone, or the tower with the best line of sight, but not always. So typically it is using the best signal that it's evaluating constantly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, now we've talked about cell sites, and is there a difference between a cell site and a cell tower?
They're typically the same thing. They can be referred to by different carriers and people. A cell tower can also be called a cell site. The reason being is cell towers typically are things that maybe if you're driving around, you see a tower that has antennas on it. These days, it's not necessarily on a tower. It could be in a church steeple. It could be on a water tower. They could be on the side of a building or on top of a building. So they're not necessarily a traditional tower always, but you might hear people talk about them in the same way. They might say cell tower or cell site, and they're probably talking about the same thing.
Okay. Now, when we talk about a typical cell tower or cell site, is that, or does that involve the provider kind of splitting that up into different sectors?
Yes.
When you're analyzing cell site records, what do I mean by sector?
When a provider will give us in their records a cell site that is used, and then that cell site, they give us what is called an azimuth, which is the center point of a sector. Cell sites are typically divided into, think of a pizza, into 3 equal parts. And each of those parts have different antennas within them those are the ones that are getting the signal and deciding the device and where it's connecting to it.
And moving on to the next slide, there's a couple illustrations that will probably help us as we talk through what a sector is. So on the far right-hand side, that image, is that kind of the pizza shape or the pie shape that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that center point then, is that the azimuth that you were just talking about?
No, not really. That's just showing you that, I mean, yes, that is the center point, but they will specifically give us the azimuth in degrees. So we know right away when we're looking at these documents that as you're dividing it up equally, each sector is about 120 degrees. So if they give us that middle point, I think another slide will talk a little bit more about that. But it's just showing you a tower here to give you an idea that there's 3 different sides of that tower to explain the pie theory, the pizza theory.
And does each cell tower or cell site have a unique identifier assigned to them by the provider?
Yes.
Is that how we know which cell site is being used then by a device?
Yes.
And when you get when the detectives get all their returns back from the provider after obtaining a warrant from the court, do you also receive in those records a list of cell sites?
Yes, I get it from there. Also, AT&T has us go to Endicac to get those records as well.
Okay, and is that a...
I explained it on another
Okay, thank
one,
you.
if that helps.
Just so that I get that spelling for the court reporter.
Yes.
Now, moving on to the next slide then, when we're talking about cell sectors, which are those individual pieces of that pizza, explain to me how this assists us in figuring out what a sector is and then how we'll eventually read it on a cell hawk map.
Okay. So what I have on this slide is something that you will see on the static map that you will see in a little bit, and also the animated map. Typically, like I said, they're divided into sectors, so you will see the purple one that's on the left side or the blue one. Now, I want to let you know that that wedge is something that I draw. I decide how far it is. That is not from the provider. So I don't necessarily have to have anything shaded. I could also have a larger shading. It's just from the tower. And that is saying that the phone is somewhere in that sector, but it does not mean that it's within that shaded area.
If, when you are reviewing records that you've been given by the detective who got it from the provider, if you are only seeing CDR records in this return without any of that timing advance or another type of advanced location data, could you have larger breaks in or larger gaps in the records that you're looking at?
Yes.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that there's nothing there. It's just that type of information that would be in that gap was not received by the provider. Is that fair to say? Or from the provider?
Yeah, the CDRs show usage, whether they're making kind of calls, texting, or receiving them.
In looking at the next slide, which is slide 7, it looks like this is an example of the cell site and sector that we just kind of talked about in the last slide.
This is just to get you an idea of it, how it would look on like an actual map.
And then this shaded, actually no, you can't see it, but if we have the 3 sectors, that light shaded area within the circle around that center point, that's your shadowing. So you can see the direction in which that sector is facing. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you referenced an azimuth earlier. Does this slide help explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, so to kind of break down how we think about the degrees, you can think of it as a clock. So if you were looking at 12 o'clock, that could be 0 degrees, which is pointed north. Cell phone companies will let us know that azimuth. So if it is at 0 degrees, that means that the sector will go to 60 degrees and then to 300 degrees the opposite way, and then so on around it.
Now with this slide here, slide 9, this is an example of timing advance measurements. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the case that Detective Stern asked you to assist with, in terms of analyzing phone records, did you receive timing advance records for phone numbers for either an individual named Carlos Maldonado or Kevin Lychwick?
For Maldonado.
Okay. Now, can you explain then these arcs on the timing advance?
Yes. So the point that comes together, the middle of the pie for that sector, that is where the cell site is. And then the sector goes out from it. And then the timing advance has a measurement on there or a number that gives us a distance from the measurement from the cell site to the device at the time of connection.
Are you able to tell from those arcs where exactly a device is located on that arc?
No.
Why not?
It is not giving me a specific point on the arc. It's just saying it's likely this distance from the center in this sector on that arc somewhere.
Okay. How would you be able to obtain an exact location if the timing advance just tells you an area on the arc in that sector that a device would be? Is there a way to do that?
There's different ways with communicating to detectives, so they could potentially get video from somewhere, or other types of records, potentially, other types of location records as well.
Okay, so if we're talking about the detective has to go to an area in that sector that we've talked about, that requires them to physically go. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and they would have to drive around the area and either look for cameras or look for anything that could corroborate or try to narrow down the location of that device within that sector. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this case, you talked about, or I referenced to you, an individual named Carlos Maldonado. So now that we are moving into the specific records you reviewed, what is this slide detailing for us?
This is just letting you know that Detective Stern provided them the records for me. He asked me to look at activity on April 14th, 2024. It gave me the device phone number. It was from AT&T. The records he provided included subscriber information, the declaration about the records key, which tells me little intricacies about how to read the records, and various usage reports. And then he also provided me with a Google location data from his Google account, and then other specific usage documents and authenticity.
When we're talking about that declaration or authenticity, what kind of document is that?
That's that whoever was at that phone provider pulled those and are saying that they're true and accurate.
Okay, and that's something that comes with each set of records. Is that fair to say that you've analyzed?
Yeah, typically.
Okay. As you are reviewing, and I guess first I should ask, the phone number for Carlos Maldonado, was that serviced by AT&T?
Yes.
Okay, and now once you get those records from AT&T, do they give you a cell site list or tell you specifically how to read these or interpret these records?
AT&T does not provide a cell site list on some of their documents. They do have some location information on them. However, the location information is specific to the time the report is run. So given that this case wasn't from about November of 2024, and we believed that the incident occurred in April, we were about 6 months that those tower locations would have been could have been different. So the stuff that was on the report. So we are directed to get and best practice is to get a cell site listing from the time of the incident. So usually it can be, the same month or a month right around it. And I was able to get one through the National Domestic Communications Assistance Center, which is under the Department of Justice, and I got that cell site list from April of 2024.
Does each provider, when they return records, use Central Time, or are there different time zones that CellHawk can actually convert?
They provide them in many times different time zones. So they could be in UTC, they could be in Eastern Time. Some providers provide them all in UTC. Some have different ones depending upon the document they give you. The nice thing about CellHawk is that when it ingests, I let it know I want it to convert the times to Central Time, which is the location of where our crime was. And then that way, all the records for all the different providers potentially are in a universal time. I'm not altering any document.
The other morning, she was laying in the bed with us, and I was petting her, and she was fine. And then I guess she got overstimulated, and she turned around and just slightly smacked my hand, and like she gave me that look, you know, like I'm done. And so I said, okay, I'll quit petting you. And then she rolled over on her back. And I was like, what are you doing? You are evil. I'm not touching it. I refuse to take the bait, Shadow. I am not touching your belly. But that's a good thing. They say when the cat does that, because that's their most vulnerable spot. And so if they roll over on their back, it means that they trust you. Doesn't necessarily mean they want it touched, though. So, like, I just looked at her. I'm like, you're evil. You are evil. I'm not doing it. You just want to fight.
The original documents by any means. It is just a way to show consistently then the times now and where we are.
And moving to the next slide then, what are we looking at here on slide 12?
Here, this is just an overview of our area. Those orange circles are just cell sites for AT&T specifically. So those are all the different cell sites at that time in April of 2024 that are in the area. Those are not ones that are used by Maldonado. Those are just all that could have been used depending upon where somebody decided to go.
Now, slide 13, is this a static view of timing advanced data and Google location history for Mr. Maldonado on April 14th of 2024?
Yes, it also has the CDR information.
And the CDR. Okay, thank you for correcting me. So are all of these, I guess, images that we see, all of these blue lines, and these are all sectors?
Yes.
Okay. And now, on the next slide, when we see this animation, how is the jury supposed to be interpreting this? Because it looks like just a bunch of blue circles everywhere.
Yeah, so this is just saying that this is his usage on those CDRs, so that could be his voice, his data, his SMS for that day, but it also is that report timing advance, so also information that is just running in the background of his phone when it connects to check for those the best signal. It should be noted that the static here, it'll show the sector for the timing advance, but it is not showing the arcs for it on the static one. You will see those in the next slide. It only worked with the animated at the time of this.
Okay, and when we watch the animated, will it start with the same overview map that we're seeing now on this static slide?
It will not. You will see it starting off in an area at one sector near 1512 East North Street, WAUKESHA. You can also see that on this map, kind of in the center of it, with that red marker. And then you can also see an orange marker in the Delafield area with that orange marker.
And on this animation that we're about to see, are you able to see a path of travel that the device associated with Mr. Maldonado took to that Home Depot in Delafield and then come back to 1512 East North?
Yes.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry.
roughly 8 a.m. to about 9:30. You'll see it using the cell sites in the area of 1512 East North Street. And then you'll start to see the sectors or cell sites start being used right in that area, and then traveling kind of westbound towards the Delafield area around 9:40, 45 to about 10:30. It stays right in that area of Delafield by Home Depot. And shortly after, around 10:35, you'll start seeing the cell sites and sectors start being used traveling eastbound, going back towards the Waukesha area.
Moving on then to slide 14. On the right-hand side, kind of in between the map and the key, there's a gray column with what looks like different toggles and buttons on the bottom. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this the CellHawk software? Is this the map that gets generated once you upload all of these records from AT&T?
Yes. So this is the CellHawk software, and both of these, the images from the previous slide and this one, are screenshots from that. I then can set the selector at the bottom. So 1 second of time on this animated map equals 5 minutes. So stuff will be pretty quick when you start to see it, but you will definitely see the movement.
Okay, and right now, before I press play, can you see that red, I know it's kind of small on the big screen, it's smaller than I thought it would be, the red dot at 1512 East North? Do you see that?
Yes.
And then a little bit below it, we see a sector, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what, if I'm understanding correctly, that sector, because that shaded area is what you filled in, so you can't say exactly where in that sector the device is, but this is the general direction, or it'd be within that sector, is that
Yes.
correct?
I think that there was some sort of usage in that sector.
Okay, and is that something then you see throughout the day once Mr. Maldonado's device comes back to the building at 1512 East North?
Yes.
Okay, so I will press play then.
Did you want to do the Google locations too? Or
Yes.
talk about that next?
No, we can also talk about that before I press play. So the Google locations, how does that relate to the timing advance in this path that we're about to see?
So the Google locations, you will see those as kind of a teal color. Something to note about those is that when I get those records, those are also converted into Central Time by CellHawk. I select in CellHawk to only display bubbles that you will see, or markers that are 300 meters or less. If I have a larger one on there, it's going to take over the entire thing. You won't be able to see anything else. So I really narrow it down. You're going to see tiny little teal marks potentially that are like the size of a pen tip. So you have to really watch for them. You will also see the time that they're being displayed. So know that if you don't see the actual mark, it is like probably right behind that time that we're seeing it. And you'll also be able to see that traffic kind of going, I want to say around 8:50. They'll start near that 1512, kind of travel south towards the downtown area of Waukesha, go up Delafield Street to Northview, heading westbound all the way on Northview, eventually get to Silvernail, continue to head westbound onto Hillside Drive in Delafield to Home Depot, and then travel back on 94 eastbound to Pewaukee Road, and then go towards the residence at 1512 East North Street.
And when you're looking at the rest of the day on April 14th of 2024, once the device comes back to that sector, do you see any movement at all like you do when we see the device going to Delafield or the Brookfield area?
No, it will predominantly uses the towers that are around the residents at 1512, and then the Google locations stay right in that area as well.
So from what you can tell, that device isn't moving
he
then
didn't
the
do
rest
it
of the day
directly.
once it comes back from Delafield and Home Depot.
Correct.
Okay. Now on slide 14, I will play the animated map.
He did it in an interview. That's better. It's still not good, but it's better. I thought he did it directly. She's fine, John. You don't have to wish her well. Forget about her. You're getting yourself in trouble again. That's crazy.
Okay, I'm pausing. There is no timestamp on the bar that pops up here, but if I look at the timestamp on the Cellhawk software, it looks like 12:50 and 51 seconds on April 14th of 2024. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, now, when we watched that animated map, did you start seeing those larger arcs that we were talking about earlier related to timing advance?
Yes.
And then this path of travel to the Delafield Home Depot, all you do with that is show the detectives, this is what I found. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then it's up to the detectives to find out whether there's any kind of corroborating evidence out there to show that the owner of that device was in the area with the device. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we saw for a little bit before I paused it at that 12:50 and 51 seconds, we saw that same blue sector pop up right below that red marking or marker, and then it would go away and then it would pop up again. Is that the device running in the background? And that's what's catching on that sector, or is there something else?
I'm not sure if it had the ARC or not.
Okay.
I'm not sure which data. It would be either from that. It would be from one of those documents. I can't say for certain. Occasionally, the timing advance does not have an ARC associated with it, so it still could be on that document, but I can't tell you which one.
Okay, so it could either be running in the background, but it could also be the CDR type of activity that we talked about earlier. Is that maybe more likely because you're not seeing the ARC? Or you just can't tell for sure?
Without looking at the records specifically, I couldn't tell you which one it was exactly.
Okay, thank you. Now, we also talked in the beginning about how Detective Stern, when he came to you, he provided you records for Carlos Maldonado and Kevin Lychwick. What provider serviced Kevin Lychwick's phone number?
Verizon.
Okay. Have you had experience with Verizon before in terms of getting these cell site records?
Yes.
Does Verizon have a short retention period when it comes to that specialized location data of the timing advance?
Yes.
Do you know what that retention period is?
Less than 10 days.
So if we were looking at April 14th of 2024, and now we don't start getting or requesting cell site data from providers until 7 months later, for Verizon, that specialized information is gone. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with the police department not asking for the right information. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you receive any records from Detective Stern that he obtained from Verizon?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically as to Mr. Lychwick's phone number.
Yes.
So even though we didn't have that specialized timing advance, are we still able to get any of those CDR types of records that we talked about?
Yes.
Did you upload Mr. Lychwick's CDR records into CellHawk in an attempt to perform a cell site analysis?
Yes.
Were you able to get any information of value from the records that we obtained from Verizon?
No, no.
Why not?
There was no location information. There was no usage and no location information for those days.
Okay. I do not actually, one more question. For AT&T, what's their retention period
For
for the specialized location data?
specialized, I think that's 13 months.
Okay, so if we did not start in this investigation until 7 months after the date in question, that's still well within the range, and that's how we were able to get those records for Mr. Maldonado's phone
Yes.
number. Okay. Now I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination questions? The defendant is not responding to the court. Therefore, Specialist Christensen, you may step down.
Thank you.
The state calls Detective Fine. Thank you.
I need some power.
Detective, you can come up to the witness stand here, and when you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn by our clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. When you are ready to begin, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
First name is David, D-A-V-I-D. Last name, Fine, F-E-Y-E-N.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
24 years.
Do you currently have a special assignment within the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Yes, I do.
And what is that assignment?
So I'm one of two members of our digital forensic unit, formerly known as computer forensics unit. We are responsible for anything evidentiary that comes into our department that has to do with digital evidence, i.e. cloud download, cell phone extractions, laptops, computers, thumb drives, memory cards, things of that nature.
A lot more variety than just computers nowadays, fair to say?
Fair to say.
Okay. Now, in order to have this special assignment in the forensic department, do you or did you obtain any kind of specialized training or certifications to be able to understand this data that you're extracting and also use the software tools that allow you to do that?
Yes, I have been doing this since approximately 2012. In that time, I've had continued education throughout my career as the DFU unit, and I probably have accumulated over 800 hours of formalized training. That does not include, speaking with other people and kind of doing informal training. I probably do about 200 exams per year of a device or a computer. I've gone through training with IASIS, the International Association of Computer Specialists, and they've received their certification. I've also received certifications from Celebrite, Magnet, several other companies in terms of using their software and their tools to do extractions both on cell phones and computers. Received training down through the Secret Service at NCFI in Alabama on a variety of computer and network examinations for forensics.
Your lab at your police department, do you also assist other agencies, other law enforcement agencies within Waukesha County if their departments don't have this kind of equipment but do need assistance with downloading or extracting data from devices?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Now, do you have, and you've talked about it a little bit, but do you have specific training as it relates to either Apple iPhones or Android phones, knowing that they're different operating systems?
Yes.
Okay. And can you still use the same software tools to perform an extraction on an Android versus an iPhone, or are there different tools you use?
No, we use a variety of tools, but all the ones we use can run both Android and Apple software phones.
Once you receive an item, can you explain for the jury the process of creating a forensic image of that device?
In terms of cell phones?
Yes, let's talk about cell phones, sorry.
Certainly. So the process is that I will obtain the physical device either directly from an investigator, police officer, detective, or it'll be in our evidence room. I'll check that device out, bring it up to our lab. And I also examined the search authority, making sure we have a valid search warrant or consent to search the device. Then I will make sure I can isolate it from networks. So that means putting the phone into airplane mode if I can. If I can't, I'll try to remove the SIM card from the phone and to take that out to isolate it from cellular networks. Last resort is we have a specialized room within our department where we can walk into and it close the doors and shuts out all radio frequencies. And this way I protect the phone from receiving or sending any messages out or getting wiped remotely. And then once I've secured the phone and isolated from networks, I'll then connect it to two of our primary devices, either a magnet gray key, magnet, M-A-G-N-E-T, gray key, G-R-A-Y-K-E-Y, or a Celebrite UFED, U-F-E-D device to help extract the data from the phone. Once I extract the data from the phone, I can use another software tool. In this case, we use Celebrite physical analyzer software to help decode and let me sort through and sift through and view all the pictures, text messages, call logs, all the information that's on the phone that you see as a user, as well as a lot of information you don't actually see as a user. It's hidden, such as log files and GPS locations.
You talked about making sure that you put the phone in airplane mode or otherwise prevent it from accessing the network. What concerns do you have about the data within the phone if it stays connected to the network as you're trying to make this forensic image?
Well, we want to keep the phone as, fresh as possible, as close to the event. So I don't want new data to come in the way of pop-up messages, Facebook messages, somebody calling the phone, because that can push out and delete old information that I may have needed. I also don't want, if the owner happens to be out of custody and they have access or they call a friend, I don't want them to send a remote wipe signal and have the phone sitting in my hands and all of a sudden it reboots and it says, welcome, please set up your new phone. I don't want that to happen, because once that happens, I've lost all my data. So it's important to isolate it from cellular networks and Wi-Fi networks.
Okay. Now, when we talk about that process, you mentioned what I think are two different steps. The extraction itself, which in this case with the two phones you were given by investigating detectives, you use Cellbrite Premium to do the actual extraction. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you have that extraction, is that sometimes referred to as the raw data from the phone?
Yes, we call it a full file system, but yeah, it's the data that the phone is pull out. The phone gives to the software tool that includes all the messages and pictures and things that we want to look at.
Then you take that extraction or the full file system, if that's what you were able to obtain, and then you put that into the Cellbrite physical analyzer, and that's the software that kind of decodes everything in that full file system you obtained. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are there times where when you are extracting a phone or creating that forensic image that you do not get a full file system extraction?
Yes, it does happen. It depends on the software version of the phone. Sometimes it depends on the phone brand itself. Sometimes we're limited. The full file system is what we really want to get. That gets as much data as possible. Sometimes there's something we call a logical or advanced logical, which is a lot less data, but it's typically the information that would be on the phone that you would see if you were to hand scroll. So all your pictures that are on there, your call logs, your text messages, that sort of thing. That will come in an advanced logical, along with some other information, but the full file system is what we really go after each time because it has the most data we can possibly pull off the phone.
Does it also matter if you have the passcode to get into the phone in terms of how much data you can retrieve from the phone, or whether it's that partial or full file system?
Yes, having the passcode certainly helps. We have ways to get around some passcodes, not all of them. But yes, if I'm able to go around the passcode, sometimes I get slightly less data. But again, it's a wide range of information we can get depending on the phone, the operating system, the updates from Celebrate or Gray Key in terms of how much data we can get from it. There's a lot of variables that are involved.
Why do you engage in this process where you are using software tools to create this forensic image of the phone versus just manually scrolling through it?
Use the analogy of an iceberg. If you imagine the iceberg has a large chunk below the water surface, then what you see above it is just a portion of it. If you manually scroll a phone, you're seeing just the top. There's a lot of information that lies below. And if you're just going to manually scroll and take pictures of the phone, if that's the only option we have because of software updates, that's what we take. But I want the full file system to get as much data as possible and get all that ice that's below the water.
If you were to manually scroll through a phone versus using one of these tools, do you run the risk of potentially changing timestamps or making changes to any of that underlying data that you talked about?
Absolutely. So if I start looking at pictures, I'm going to start changing timestamps on pictures. If I start reading text messages, I may change a message that was unread to read, and that's going to show up in any forensic download I would do later on. In the background, the phone is always creating logs. If I start holding the phone and turning it, like iPhones will register your orientation. So I'm creating new data on the phone that I really shouldn't. So doing the file system extraction with a forensically sound tool is the best way to get as much data without adding or modifying or creating any additional information on the phone by my own actions.
Now, once you are ready to start creating a forensic image of a phone, do you first obtain that phone from property, or is it given directly to you by the investigating detective, or something else?
It can be either way. Sometimes I collect it myself if I'm at the crime scene. Sometimes it's handed to me. Sometimes I check it out at evidence. It really depends on the case.
And going back to October and November of 2024, were you approached by Detective Stern to assist with the forensic examination of 4 digital devices?
I believe it was 5 altogether.
5 altogether. Okay, thank you for correcting me. In focusing on a cell phone that belonged to Carlos Maldonado, a phone belonging to Kevin Lychwick, and 2 SD cards. Were those 4 of the 5 devices you were provided by Detective Stern or requested to extract by him?
Yes.
Okay. Starting with the phone then that was belonging to Carlos Maldonado, was that a Samsung phone?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, did you follow that same 2-step process that we talked about earlier to create a forensic image of Mr. Maldonado's phone?
Yes.
And were you able to obtain a full file system extraction for his phone.
Yes.
Okay. When you are performing this extraction, once you have completed that two-step process, do you review the forensic image yourself, or do you give it back to the detectives to review, or a mixture of both, or something else?
I'd say it's a mixture of both, again, case dependent. Sometimes I will turn over the Cellbrite report that's created after I generate it and give it to the investigator and say, you know the case better than I do, you look through it. In this case, I looked at it first, found some artifacts of interest, and then turned it over to Detective Stern to actually have him look at it because he had a bigger view of what was going on, and then he was able to find artifacts that were relevant for this case. So it's kind of a mixture of both.
Okay. Now, once during that second step, you input that full file system extraction into the Cellbrite physical analyzer, are either you or the detectives reviewing it able to create a bookmark report that is generated through Cellbrite?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you were, is that part of what you're talking about with sometimes you review it and flag artifacts that might be of interest, or the detectives can do that when they're reviewing it on their own? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you reviewed the extraction from Mr. Maldonado's phone, or when you reviewed the extraction from Mr. Maldonado's phone, did you find any artifacts that told you that the user of this phone was Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
Can you give a couple examples of what you found to show that, yes, this was Mr. Maldonado's phone?
The name of the phone, which is something that you can create, I think it was Carlos's, and it had the model number after it. It was Carlos's, and then the model number of the phone after it. There was a Facebook account associated with him. His name appeared several times in the phone itself. There was a lot of selfie pictures taken with the phone in a selfie format of him, clear. So those, a lot of user artifacts which led back to Mr. Maldonado.
Were you able to view Mr. Maldonado's browser history, specifically at 7:38 p.m. on April 13th of 2024?
Yes.
And why did you review that particular search, or that part of the web history?
I was trying to establish a timeline of when the phone was last used. And sometimes people aren't always calling or texting, sometimes they're web surfing instead of that. So I'm looking to find out when is the last time that phone is being used.
Do you remember what that browser history search was?
I don't.
Okay, that's okay. Now, did you also look at what, as you're going through the phone to assess a timeline, did you note any outgoing activity on April 14th, 2024 at 9:20 and 31 seconds in the morning?
Yes, I did.
And do you know did you see the phone number that was called?
I did.
And did you run that phone number to see who or what kind of business that phone number belonged to?
Yeah, it was the Home Depot in Delafield, Wisconsin.
Okay. Now, once you see that outgoing call and you look for the rest of the day on April 14th of 2024, and maybe even in the days following, did the phone receive text messages?
Yes.
Did the phone receive incoming calls?
Yes.
Are you able to tell if any of those text messages or phone calls were answered or if they were missed?
I could see that they were all missed.
So after that outgoing call at 9:20 and 31 seconds in the morning, nothing else gets returned in terms of text or calls.
Correct.
Now moving on to the 2 SD cards that you were provided by Detective Stern. Is there a different kind of imaging process as it relates to SD cards versus cell phones?
Yes, there is.
What is that imaging process?
The imaging process takes the physical card. In this case, it was a micro SD card, a 32 gigabyte WAZE brand, W-I-Z-E branded memory card, and I place it into what's called a write blocker. And a write blocker is a piece of physical hardware attached to my computer. And what it does, when it's turned on, it prevents any computer from writing, modifying, deleting any data that's on that evidentiary, in this case, memory card. So if I were just to try to open the memory card, I can view everything that's on it. I can make a copy of it, but I cannot tamper or change anything on the actual card itself. So the process is, once I insert the card into this write blocker, I use a tool called FTK Imager. And then I create a bit-for-bit copy of everything that's on that card. And once I have that, the image of the card, I then can point my forensic tools at the image, and then the card itself goes back into evidence.
In this case, with the two SD cards, once you have that copy, or the image copy, do you then run those image copies through Axiom?
Yes, I use Magnet Axiom as the tool to look at that image.
Okay. Did you review every single item that, or I guess video or image that was on that copy?
No, I took a really brief glance at what it was, but I did not go every single video clip.
And were you able, so they were all video clips on this image copy?
They were all video clips.
Okay, and that would have been then provided to the investigating detectives for them to review it and see if there's anything of evidentiary value on there?
That's correct.
Okay. Lastly then, were you provided a Samsung phone belonging to an individual by the name of Kevin Lychwick?
I was.
And to your knowledge, was that recovered during a search warrant at his apartment and the phone was recovered from his bedroom?
Yes, it was.
Were you able to see, once you placed the phone on airplane mode, did the phone have a passcode?
This phone did not have a passcode.
Okay. Now, did you perform that same two-step process that we talked about you performing on Mr. Maldonado's phone?
Yes.
And from Mr. Lychwick's phone, were you able to obtain a full file system extraction?
Yes.
Did you end up reviewing the extraction from Mr. Lychwick's phone, or would that have been provided to Detective Stern for additional analysis?
Again, just like the first phone, I did a preliminary review of the phone results. I bookmarked several items, but then I turned everything over to Detective Stern, again, who had a better view of the whole case in chief to review and find the evidence that was really important.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have cross-examination questions for this witness? Mr. Lychwick is not responding to the court. Therefore, Detective, you may step down. Attorney Thompson, why don't we take a short break?
I think that's perfect.
So I'm going to excuse the jury for about 5-10 minutes, and we will resume testimony after that.
Fine. Let's just call it right now, like delivery.
But the
What was this dude's motive, other than that he had a hit list that said Operation Slop Shop?
Duty coat that was placed.
What is that Operation Slop Shop?
The appearances are the same. During the break, I was advised that Mr. Lychwick was cold and was requesting a blanket or some covering. So I authorized our bailiffs to look for something, and he's been provided with what looks like a pretty heavy-duty coat that was placed on him, and he is now wearing that coat, which, by the way, covers up the orange jail outfit, at least from the waist up. Otherwise, Mr. Lychwick remains in the wheelchair. Anything else before we bring the jury in, Attorney Thompson?
no, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick? Okay, let's bring the jury in.
Actually, Judge, there is one thing about scheduling. Sorry, I just thought
Go ahead.
about it. We do have several witnesses in line. We're calling one slightly out of order because we were competing with a Milwaukee County trial. The 3 witnesses at the end of our case in chief are fairly long, each of them. So my thought is that the state will probably rest sometime tomorrow, maybe later in the afternoon. But because we are competing with the Milwaukee County trial, we might finish a little bit early today because I don't want to call one of those really long witnesses, start them, and then break for the day. So while I think we'll be okay to get us through the rest of the day, I might run out of witnesses towards the end.
Is that other witness available? I ask that because I don't want to finish at 4 and then lose potentially an hour of testimony. I had intended to go a little bit longer today because we got off to a late start with the jury.
Okay.
If you are telling me, though, that you are in a position to potentially rest tomorrow afternoon, I'm okay ending the testimony a little bit early today because we have a lot of extra time then. But I don't want to end too early. So we'll deal with it as we go along. I understand what you're saying. We'll just kind of see where we're at, if that's okay.
Okay. I certainly don't think, we would be done by 3:30 today.
Okay. Well, let's do what you have with those remaining witnesses that you know to get on the stand today.
Okay.
And then we'll reassess that.
Thank you.
Okay, now we can bring the jury in.
Operation Slop Shop was what it said over Carlos Maldonado's name on his hit list. He didn't like him because he was sloppy.
All rise for the jury.
I have no idea what the motive is. They don't have to prove motive, though.
Yeah. Get that in color. Yeah.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. I do want to just update you. I had a conversation with the parties about scheduling, and we are still very much on track in this trial. And maybe our initial estimation of 4 to 5 days for it may be too long, and we may be in position to finish well ahead of that. I don't want to make any promises, but I don't want you to worry that we're falling behind or anything like that. We are still very much on track. So, Attorney Thompson, the state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, we call Detective Bryce Skolton, please.
All right. Detective, come up to the witness stand, please. And when you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. When you get yourself situated, please start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is Bryce Skolton, spelled B-R-Y-C-E.
Is that better?
Skolton is S-C-H-O-L-T-E-N.
Attorney Tom Bosco.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, where are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
Are you a specialist or are you just a detective, sir?
I'm a detective.
Okay. And how many years have you been with the Waukesha Police Department, sir?
11 years.
Directing your attention to November 26th of 2024, did you respond to an apartment located at 1512 East North Street?
Yes, I did.
And did you specifically respond to apartment number 11?
Yes, I did.
And that's in the city and county of Waukesha, state of Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
Why did you respond to that particular apartment, sir?
I responded there with many other detectives to assist Detective Ben Stern, who was executing a search warrant at this residence.
And do you know who had rented this particular residence?
Yes, I do.
Who was that individual?
Kevin Lychwick.
And when you arrived on scene,
Were you assigned to assist with the search of that particular residence?
Yes, I was.
Were you assigned to search a specific area of the residence?
Yes, I was.
And what area were you assigned to search?
I was assigned to search the living room.
And did you in fact, then, kind of a silly question, but just to make sure, did you in fact make entry into Mr. Lychwick's living room?
Yes, I did.
And when you entered his living room, did you locate a large quantity of paper and boxes?
Yes, I did.
Leading.
And did you, in terms of the area of the living room, did you search a specific area within that living room?
Yes, I primarily searched the area nearest the windows. There was a makeshift desk made out of cardboard boxes. There was a telephone there, and there was also filing cabinets in that area. So it was the area of the living room that probably was surrounded by the most paperwork and boxes.
And in addition to yourself, was there a Detective Bauer who assisted you with the search as well?
Yes.
Were you and Detective Bauer in close proximity to each other when this search took place?
Yes, standing right next to each other.
And was there a point in time when you were engaged in this search that you located many pieces of paperwork?
Yes.
And was it your opinion at that time that this paperwork that you had located had evidentiary value in this case?
That is correct.
And what did you do with this paper after you located it?
Because there was such a large quantity of paper, to put it in perspective, it was just boxes and boxes all lined like the side of the living room. And going through that, we quickly realized that we would be there all day if we went through all the paperwork right then and there. So anything that we looked like could be evidentiary value, we took to the side and we put it in 2 large cardboard boxes, and then we brought that back to the WAUKESHA Police Department. We went through it like much slower and read through everything then at the police department.
And when the paperwork was brought back to the WAUKESHA Police Department, do you know whether Detective Ben Stern was one of the officers who looked through it?
Yes, Detective Stern was there with me and several others.
Was Detective Stern on scene when the search of Mr. Lychwick's apartment took place?
I believe he was.
And in terms of some of the paperwork that you located, are you familiar with a particular operation known as Operation Starling?
Yes, I am.
And in reference to this particular Operation Starling, can you just tell the jury a little bit more? What exactly is the connection between Operation Starling and this particular case?
So as we were going through the paperwork, we came across several different operations. Detective Bauer had located a piece of paper in the apartment that was Operation Slop Shop. This is different than that. It was located in a different folder that I found back at the police department, but this operation referenced Operation Slop Shop, and in Operation, it stated that Operation Slop Shop needed to be executed first. And then on the bottom of the paperwork, I believe it also stated, it was written in different ink, where it then stated that the operation could commence because Operation Slop Shop had been executed and all threats from that operation were neutralized. And I knew that from Bauer's piece of paper, that's where Maldonado's name was written on that. So that's how I know they were linked.
Do you know whether the piece of paper that
Starling. You
described
didn't
this
say anything
Operation
about
Starling was
Starling.
ever seized, sir?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
I'm
And if
confused.
I showed you a copy of that physical paper here today in court, do you believe that you would recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 147. I would
Oh, I
ask
thought he looked
permission to approach the
familiar.
witness. Sure, let's have Mr. Lychwick view the exhibit first. Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see Exhibit 147
No,
before
he
it
wants
is
to go
used
back
with
to
this
his cell
witness?
because he's sick.
Mr. Lychwick has looked at the court and not acknowledged the court's. Attorney Tombasco, you can approach the witness. Thank you very much.
This is ridiculous.
Detective, just to identify, that exhibit I just handed you is marked State's Exhibit number 147. Is that right?
That is correct.
And is that the piece of paper that, from the search of Mr. Lychwick's apartment, that you or Detective Bauer seized?
This is the one that I seized at the police department.
And does that particular exhibit detail an Operation Starling on it?
Yes, it does.
And towards the bottom of that particular exhibit, what you just testified to regarding Operation Slop Shop, is that written in different colored ink at that bottom of that exhibit, sir?
Yes, it is. It's written in a different color ink.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask that the exhibit be received into evidence. Any objection, Mr. Lychwick? The defendant is not acknowledging the court. The court will receive Exhibit 147. Detective, directing your attention now to December 1st of 2024, did you receive a specific notification on that particular day in reference to Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And just to give the jury a little bit of context, at that point in time, had your department applied for and received a GPS warrant to track Mr. Lychwick's vehicle's movements?
Yes, we had.
And that was signed by a judge?
Yes.
So you didn't just willy-nilly slap a GPS signal on his car. You actually followed the correct legal process in order to obtain that.
That is correct.
And on December 1st of 2024, did you receive any sort of notification in reference to that GPS device?
Yes, I did.
And what did that notification provide to you?
That was a notification that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was leaving his residence.
Oh.
And at this point, Detective, had Mr. Lychwick's phone been seized as part of the search of his residence?
Yes, it was.
And was there anything in particular found on his device that provided you with some insights of where you think Mr. Lychwick may have been going on that particular day?
Yes, I was informed by Detective Stern that there were some Google searches on the phone looking for different storage units up north, I think around the Oshkosh area.
So as a result of what you had learned in reference to this notification, what, if anything, did you and Detective Stern do next?
We were watching the location of Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, and then when we realized that he was not exhibiting normal driving behaviors, because we had been watching him for some time since this GPS had been on, he normally always stayed very local. Once we realized that he was going farther north, and that was outside of an abnormal pattern, we believed that he was potentially going to whatever storage unit he may have located from that Google search.
Did you and Detective Stern at that point then attempt to follow Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And when you were following Mr. Lychwick's vehicle out of Waukesha County, were you driving a fully marked police squad car at that point?
No, we were not. We were in an undercover vehicle.
So this undercover vehicle would look like any sort of normal vehicle that we might see on the roadway?
That is correct.
And is that to ensure that Mr. Lychwick did not, I guess for lack of a better term, figure out that the police were following him?
That is correct.
And at that point, was it you and Detective Stern who were driving this undercover vehicle together?
Yes, I was riding and Detective Stern was driving.
Yeah, I don't think they were both driving.
You ultimately follow Mr. Lychwick's vehicle to a U-Haul storage facility?
Yes, we did.
And where was this U-Haul storage facility located?
Kimberly, Wisconsin. I believe it was 551 Marcella Drive.
If I told you your report said it was Marcella Street, would you agree with that?
I would agree with
Oh,
that.
please.
And for the record,
He was
is Marcella
close.
spelled M-A-R-C-E-L-L-A?
I was
Yes.
impressed.
And well, actually, let me back up and ask it this way. Did you and Detective Stern then follow him to the U-Haul storage facility or undercover vehicle?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sure. Did you and Detective Stern both follow the defendant's vehicle to that particular U-Haul facility in Kimberly?
Yes, we did. We caught up with Mr. Lychwick while he was at the U-Haul location.
And what did he do specifically when he arrived at this U-Haul facility?
When we arrived, his vehicle was parked on the north side of the building, and then he left several minutes later. We later found out that he had closed his account and closed his storage unit at this U-Haul facility and emptied all of his belongings out of the storage unit.
Is it fair to say that he did not spend a great deal of time at this U-Haul facility?
No, I believe he was only on premise for approximately 20 minutes.
And so after Mr. Lychwick finished his business at the U-Haul facility, did he then turn around and drive back to Waukesha County?
Yes, he did.
And did you and Detective Stern at that point follow the defendant's vehicle back to Waukesha County?
Yes, we did.
And did you maintain a constant visual on Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And did Mr. Lychwick's vehicle make any stops on its path of travel back to Waukesha County?
No, it did not.
And who was driving your undercover vehicle at this point while you were following Mr. Lychwick?
Detective Stern.
And while Detective Stern was piloting the undercover vehicle that you were both in, did you utilize your phone to contact somebody?
Yes, I called the U-Haul storage facility that we were discussing, and I spoke with an employee there.
Detective, just to take a step back, based on your training and experience as a police officer, did you find the location of this particular storage unit in Kimberly suspicious?
Yes, I did.
Why did you find that sort of storage unit to be suspicious?
For several reasons. First off, the location and its proximity to Waukesha, where Mr. Lychwick resides. There's numerous storage units in our city and Waukesha County, as well as Milwaukee County. I also found out that through the search warrant at the residence, he kept detailed notes regarding his budget, and every month he would budget approximately $40 to $50 for gasoline for the month. And I thought it was suspicious that being on a fixed income, he would, have a storage unit nearly 2 hours away and burning through that budget in one trip. So to us, it was clear that if he was trying to get a storage unit that far away, he was clearly trying to distance himself from whatever he was trying to put in that storage unit.
And when you followed Mr. Lychwick's vehicle back to Waukesha County, did you observe him toss anything out the window when he was driving back?
No.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Lychwick the only individual in the vehicle at that time?
That is correct.
Detective, was there a point in time in which you responded back to the U-Haul facility in Kimberly after you followed Mr. Lychwick back to Waukesha County on December 1st?
Yes, I responded back there with Detective Bauer on December 2nd.
And was there any particular reason why you had gone back to that facility, sir?
Yes, I went back to speak with the U-Haul employee, Brianna Maloney. I believe that's how you pronounce her name. Brianna Maloney. I believe it's Maloney. She was the employee that I spoke to on the phone while riding back to Waukesha with Detective Stern. And she was the one that provided me all the information on the unit being closed and everything that day as well. So I responded up there to speak with her regarding pretty much our statement that she had given to me over the phone. So I took a written statement from her, locking in that conversation, as well as I walked through the storage unit confirming that there was no items left behind. And then I also met with her boss, Kenneth, who ran the U-Haul store, and I reviewed video surveillance from the day prior. And then I was able to gain all those videos of Mr. Lychwick while he was on property at the U-Haul store.
And sir, prior to your testimony in court here today, have you had an opportunity to review those surveillance videos from U-Haul?
Yes, I have.
And so if I was to show you those videos here today in court, would you be able to tell us whether or not those are the same videos that you reviewed at the U-Haul on December 2nd of 2024?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay. Just one moment, please, sir. Madam Clerk, at this point, I would just ask that we project the exhibit to the witness's screen. Detective, are you able to see what I just projected on the screen, or what the clerk just did, rather?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And do you recognize, I can scroll through each of these videos if you would like. It starts with what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 93 and goes all the way to State's Exhibit Proposed 101. Do you recognize these particular exhibits, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you like me to scroll through all of them?
No, I should be okay.
Okay. And these are the same exhibits that you reviewed prior to your testimony in court here today, is that right?
That is correct.
And do these exhibits fairly and accurately depict
the U-Haul surveillance footage that you reviewed when you were on scene on December 2nd of 2024?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I would move all these exhibits, starting with State's Exhibit 93 and then concluding with State's Exhibit number 101 into evidence. These are each separate video clips. They are appropriately time-stamped as well with a date. Mr. Lychwick, do you object to the admission of Exhibits 93 through 101? The defendant remains silent. Those exhibits will be admitted. Thank you. And at this point, Your Honor, I would ask the court's permission to publish all of these videos to the jury. Mr. Lychwick, any objection to publication of those videos at this time? The defendant remains silent. The videos may be used with the jury. Thank you very much. So first and foremost, just to make a record, Detective, can you see the timestamp that's listed on the bottom of this video?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so when I start this video, this is December 1st of 2024, and it says 15:16 on the video clip. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you have any information from U-Haul about whether the timestamp on this particular video was accurate as reflected on this exhibit?
It was accurate.
Okay, and so this is 3:16 in the afternoon on December 1st of 2024. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm stopping the video at, this is 3:16:13. Do you see an individual here depicted in this video that's to the right, is towards the right side of the picture, wearing black hair and has a black coat on, sir?
Yes, I do.
Who is that individual?
That is Kevin Lychwick.
You've resumed playing the video at this point? Yes, sir. And the state is stopping the video at 3:18 on December 1st of 2024.
That's 3:18 and 29 seconds on the timestamp?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Detective, that video that we just showed the jury, is that Mr. Lychwick closing out his storage unit?
Yes, it is.
This has been now received as State's Exhibit number 94. This is time-stamped as December 1st, 2024, and it looks like 3:18. Is that all correct, Detective?
That's correct.
I'm stopping the video at 3:19:30 on December 1st of 2024. Detective, do you recognize the vehicle that is depicted at the top of this exhibit?
Yes,
Whose vehicle is that, sir?
that is Mr. Lychwick's vehicle.
And continuing to play at 3:19:30. Now, Detective, this has been received as State's Exhibit number 95. Again, this is December 1st of 2024 at 3:23 in the afternoon. Is that right, sir?
That's correct.
There is a vehicle that is depicted at the top of this exhibit. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle as well?
Yes, it is.
Stopping the video at 3:24:03 on December 1st of 2024. Is there a gentleman that we see in the upper left-hand corner who exits the vehicle, sir?
Yes.
Is that Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, it is.
Do you know, based on your review of this footage, what Mr. Lychwick is doing at this point in time?
Yes, he's pulled up to this gate that he came in, but this is only a one-way gate. This is only the entrance, so he's trying to motion to employees to open the gate. And then when no one does that, he will get back in his vehicle and then drive around the building and go out the exit.
Do you know whether or not this is before or after Mr. Lychwick had cleared out his storage unit?
This is after.
Resuming playing at 3:24 on December 1st, 2024, 3:24:03. And the state is stopping playing at 3:25:00 on December 1st, 2024. Detective, did Mr. Lychwick's vehicle remain at that gate for several minutes?
Yes.
And he attempted to get the attention of another U-Haul employee for the gate to be opened?
That is correct.
And he was unsuccessful in those efforts?
That's correct.
Detective, this has been received as State's Exhibit 96. It's time-stamped 3:14:54 on December 1st of 2024. And the state is stopping at 3:15:35 on December 1st of 2024. Detective, is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle entering the property or exiting?
I do not believe that is Mr. Lychwick's vehicle.
Okay. The state will resume again 3:15:37. Detective, Mr. Lychwick drove a Kia, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit 97 that's been received. This is December 1st of 2024, 3:29 in the afternoon, is that right?
That is correct.
And this particular exhibit depicts the inside of the U-Haul facility, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. The state will start playing at 3:29:59. Sir, the individual who was just depicted on this footage, that is not Mr. Lychwick, correct?
The male is Mr. Lychwick.
It is. Okay. Let's back it up and look at it one more time. Again, starting at 3:29.
That's today?
And we're stopping it at 3:30:30 on December 1st of 2024. Do you see Mr. Lychwick now at this point, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is he the gentleman who's wearing the black coat and blue jeans?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And this particular area of the U-Haul facility, sir, is this, from your review of walking to the unit that was rented by Mr. Lychwick, is this the area in which his storage unit would have been in the facility?
No, so it's a little confusing. I believe right here they're walking back to like the front desk area where as they were appearing there, I think they are coming in from the north side of the building. So after Mr. Lychwick clears out his building or out of his storage unit, and then he moves his vehicle over there, he eventually will move his car over the north side of the building and then enter into the building. And then this is him entering the building, I believe. So this will be before that.
Okay.
This next one. This is when he will be clearing out his storage unit.
And this is State's Exhibit 98, is that right, sir?
Yes.
And this is 3:19 in the afternoon on December 1st, 2024.
Correct.
And this is the outside area of the U-Haul facility, is that right?
Okay.
That is
Joe.
correct.
Well,
And
we
I believe
can't
you just
see it
testified that
from
Mr.
where we are.
Lychwick's vehicle will be coming into camera view
Oh,
shortly
okay, I
on
ain't
this
gonna worry
particular
about it.
That
exhibit?
is correct.
Okay, we'll let it run. And stopping it at 3:15:19. Is that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Resuming again, 3:15:19.
Hang on, the timestamp, you're reading it wrong, I believe. It's 3:19:41 is
Oh,
where
excuse
you
me.
stopped it.
Yes, that is correct. It is 3:19:41 on December 1st of 2024.
Excuse me.
And stopping it at 3:20:16 on December 1st of 2024. Do you see an individual depicted here who's exiting his vehicle now?
Yes, Mr. Lychwick will exit the driver's seat.
And does he pop the trunk area
I
of
saw
his
one of those when I
vehicle
was a
as well
kid.
upon exiting the vehicle or before he exits the vehicle?
You gotta,
Yes,
you
he
can't
does.
even look
Okay.
right at
And at
it.
this point, Mr. Lychwick is the only individual who's in this particular vehicle
That'll
from
be
your review
cool.
of the surveillance?
That's
I don't know
correct.
if I can see that down here.
Letting this run again from 3:20:16.
stopping it at 3:20:32. Where is Mr. Lychwick entering at this particular point, Detective?
He's entering Building C, which that is a hallway that door leads to a hallway, and there are storage units on both your left and right side in this building. His unit is
Okay, I'm going to ask a question I think I already know the answer to. Did they do a competency hearing on this dude? Like I said, I already know the answer, because obviously they had to, especially if he's representing himself. But we don't have a valid motive. He's Delulu. He's got some stupid Operation Slapshot and the rest of the operations on his hit list. He couldn't do unless the first one was neutralized. I mean, this guy's nuts. Yes, I know, and I've said it a million times. The legal definition of insanity and the medical definition of insanity are two totally different things. But they continue to allow these people to represent themselves. Why? We need to do something about this. We need some kind of courtroom reform to evaluate these people that are Delulu and can't get along with their lawyers and want to represent themselves. This needs to be revamped. They need to look at this, because this is Ugh. When I was in high school, there was one, and they said to get 2 pieces of paper, white plain paper, poke a hole in the top one, and then hold it outside, and then when you looked at the bottom piece of paper, the pinhole in the top piece of paper, you would see the shape of the moon on the bottom piece of paper. And that's how we saw the eclipse. You could see the quarter shape of the moon on the paper, but you couldn't look directly at it because you would go blind. That's how we saw the eclipse in the 80s, y'all. No fancy glasses. Oh, okay, cool. No, I was wrong. Oh my God. Why not? He needs one. I'm not surprised, Judy. Oh, cool. I'm gonna have to go outside and look. And we're out in the country where there's no extra lights or anything, too, so I'm gonna have to go out and look. That'll be pretty. Why didn't they give him a competency hearing? This man is crazy.
it will be down this hallway and on the right, the way he's walking.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
resuming playing at 3:20:32.
Yeah. So I wonder if they give him an appellate lawyer, if that's gonna come back. Well, they never gave him a competency hearing, and he clearly wasn't competent.
Attorney Tombasco, it looks like the video's locking up just for a couple of seconds at various points. I think it's resumed again here.
Okay. Would the court like me to go back, or?
Why don't you go back just a couple of seconds?
Sure. Okay. And for the record, I'm restarting it at 3:22 exactly. And I'm stopping it now at, looks like 3:21:59, so just a few seconds before. Detective, do you see Mr. Lychwick in this vehicle?
He's at the rear of his vehicle, yes.
And do you know what Mr. Lychwick is doing at this point?
He is loading duffel bags into the trunk of his vehicle.
Do you know whether these duffel bags that you're testifying to, were those the same duffel bags that were from his unit?
I believe so.
Okay. And resuming playing again, 3:29:59.
And I guess the judge decided he was competent enough. Because, you know, the judge has to make sure they're competent before they let them represent themselves.
Okay. I'm stopping the exhibit at 3:22:40.
I don't understand.
Detective, this has been received as State's Exhibit 99.
Why
This is
plead not
timestamped
guilty
as
and represent yourself and
3/14/28
not do
on December
anything?
1st, 2024. Stopping the exhibit at 3:14:48. Is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, sir?
Yes, it is.
Is this the entrance area to the U-Haul facility?
Yes, it is.
Resuming playing 3:14:48. I'm stopping the video at 3:15:55. Sir, is that Mr. Lychwick that you see exit the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And there's nobody else in that vehicle at that time upon his arrival, is that right?
That is correct.
And I have, looks like just two more surveillance clips I'd like to share with you. The first is State's Exhibit 100. This is time-stamped as 3/18/28. And again, just to orient the jury, this is again the front of the U-Haul facility, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
On second day of trial, he just decided, screw it, I'm just gonna give up. You might as well just change your plea if you're gonna do that.
And this is stopped at 3:18:49 on December 1st, 2024. This is Mr. Lychwick again, sir?
That is correct.
And this is him getting back into his vehicle after entering the facility?
Yes, and then he'll follow the van and then that white SUV into the entrance.
Okay. We'll resume playing here at 3:18:49. Stopping the vehicle at the video 3:19:28. And then finally, Detective, timestamp 3:23:24.
Trying to make the jury
on
feel
December
sorry
1st,
for him,
2024.
maybe?
This has been received as State's Exhibit 101. Stopping at 3:23:34. Is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, sir?
Yes, it is.
And is that after he was unable to access the gate that we showed on a prior exhibit?
He's actually driving up to it right now. So this is him. He has just left his storage unit because building C is the second one here. And his unit, he was parked on the far side. So he is fully loaded up and now he's going over to the initial fence that he came in, and then he won't be able to get through there. And then he will come back because the exit is right here to the right of your screen.
I see. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Now, Detective, when you were on scene at the U-Haul facility, did you request any paperwork related to the rental of the storage unit by Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I asked for what information they had on Mr. Lychwick.
Okay. And do you know, ultimately, sir, whether you had testified earlier in this case that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, you followed Mr. Lychwick's vehicle back to Waukesha County after he closed out his storage unit. Do you remember that, sir?
Yes.
And do you know whether there was a period of time in which Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was actually stopped?
I don't believe it ever did stop. There was, from the moment he left the U-Haul, there was, the vehicle was always moving.
Okay. Was there a point in time in which ultimately a traffic stop was effectuated on Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes,
And was that the same day that he was coming back from the U-Haul facility?
that's correct.
Okay. And do you know whether, as a result of that traffic stop, his vehicle was searched?
It would eventually be after a search warrant was obtained.
So the vehicle was seized initially, and then a search warrant was applied for and received?
That is correct.
And do you know what, if anything, what was found as a result of that search?
Yes, I believe I called Detective Stern when I was at the U-Haul, informing him what I had observed on the cameras, where all of the items that Mr. Lychwick had loaded out of his storage unit were all in the trunk. And then Detective Stern told me later that a firearm was recovered in the trunk of the vehicle.
Do you know whether any paperwork related to Mr. Lychwick's storage unit was found in that particular vehicle?
Yes, so when I responded back to Waukesha after being at the storage facility, I assisted with going through some of the paperwork that was in the vehicle, and I also located some paperwork, specifically the U-Haul contract that Mr. Lychwick had with U-Haul for the dates of that storage unit from November 1st until December 1st.
And
as well as MapQuest directions from his address to that location.
If I was to show you a copy of that paperwork here today in court, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Your Honor, this is another physical exhibit. It has been marked as State's Exhibit 149. I'm happy to show Mr. Lychwick a copy as well. I would ask permission to approach the witness to show him this exhibit.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see Exhibit 149? All right, the defendant just adjusted the collar on his jacket, but is refusing to acknowledge the court. So therefore, Attorney Tambasco, you may approach.
Was that a signal?
Detective, that exhibit has been marked as State's number 149. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And is that the paperwork that you recovered?
Just one moment. Detective, just make sure it doesn't rub up against the microphone there, please. Thank you.
Detective, may I go ahead, Your Honor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. Detective, if you know, is that particular U-Haul paperwork what was recovered from the search of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And that fairly and accurately depicts the copy of the U-Haul contract as well?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'm out of the exhibit and evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the admission of 149, Mr. Lychwick? Mr. Lychwick is not acknowledging the court. Exhibit 149 is received into evidence.
Thank you. Detective, is there a name on that particular contract?
Yes, there is.
What is the name listed on that contract?
Conrad Lychwick.
And do you know anything in reference to the name Conrad of any significance in this case?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain that?
I know Mr. Lychwick goes by the first name of Conrad.
And when the individual who rented that particular storage unit did so, is there an address that particular person provided?
Yes, they did.
And what address was provided?
1512 East North Street, apartment number 11.
And do you know whether or not that is in fact Mr. Lychwick's address?
It is.
And does the paperwork contain any information concerning any promotions that U-Haul was running at the time this rental took place?
I don't know if there's like any promotions on here, but I do know that the staff members there told me that they were running a 1 month free promotion during that time. And it is indicated on this document, 1 month free.
1 month free? On a U-Haul?
Is that 149?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Oh my God.
That's all the questions I have, Detective. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination questions? Okay, Detective, you may step down. I'll take those exhibits, please. Thank you. The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Brianna Maloney.
I wonder how many times she's
Ms.
accidentally
Maloney,
been
you can
called
come all the way up
Maloney.
here to the witness stand to my left. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, indeed.
All right, you may have a seat. That black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Just get yourself positioned nice and close to that, where you are. And when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Brianna Maloney, Brianna, Maloney, Maloney.
Ms. Maloney, how are you currently employed?
I work for the Montana Conservation Corps
And how long have you been employed with the Montana Conservation Corps?
since February of this year.
Prior to your employment with the Minnesota Conservation Corps, did you work at a U-Haul facility located at 551 Marcellus Street in Kimberly, Wisconsin?
Yes,
How long were you employed at that U-Haul
Is
location?
that her real hair?
roughly 2 years.
That's gorgeous.
Were you working at the U-Haul facility in Kimberly on December 1st of 2024?
Yes.
What was your position at U-Haul at that time?
I was an assistant manager.
As an assistant manager, what were your roles or responsibilities?
I managed and helped take care of 4 storage facilities and also worked one-on-one with customers over the customer service desk.
At the time, on or about December 1st of 2024, was this particular U-Haul facility running any kind of special promotion as it related to the first month's rent?
Yeah, we gave the first month free to new storage customers.
Had that been something that was ongoing and it's done for every new customer, or was that promotion only for a specific time frame?
That was ongoing for a longer period of time, yeah.
As part of your role as an assistant manager, are you familiar with any receipts or agreements or paperwork that is generated between U-Haul and either a new customer or ongoing customers?
Yes, when they sign up to have a storage unit with us, they sign a rental agreement, and then we also have a digital contract online in our own system.
When someone closes out a storage unit or closes out their account, are they then provided with any kind of receipt once that closeout is completed?
No.
Okay.
Can I change the last answer, actually? It is provided if they want it.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Permission to approach?
You may.
Now, Ms. Maloney, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 149. There are several documents in individualized heat-sealed portions of this plastic, and I would just ask that you review each one and then let me know when you're finished.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Now, in looking at Exhibit 149 and each of those documents, are you familiar with those or have you seen those before?
Yes, I've seen all of these, and the map of the facility actually has my handwriting on it.
It does, okay. Now, with this particular set of paperwork in front of you, can you see a customer's name anywhere on any of those documents?
Yeah, on actually the move-out receipt, Conrad Lychwick.
Okay. Now, when you were working on December 1st of 2024, did you make face-to-face contact with this customer named Conrad Lychwick?
Not face-to-face, no.
Are you aware of whether Mr. Lychwick came into this U-Haul facility to move out his items and close out his account?
That I am aware of, yes.
How are you aware of that?
I was in the general vicinity when it happened. I wasn't in the same room. And my colleague that I was working with at that day let me know of the situation because he had come in to ask for our assistance with the move out.
And then, did Mr. Lychwick have any balance, or did he have to pay anything once he closed out his storage unit?
No, he did not.
Does it say on that receipt what the storage unit number was?
Yes, room 679.
Okay. Now, do you recall maybe morning or afternoon when Mr. Lychwick had come to the U-Haul facility, or at least do you remember when you first knew that he was there?
Yes, it was in the afternoon, maybe between 3 and 3:30.
Okay. Now, what is standard practice for U-Haul employees once somebody moves their items out of a storage facility if they've closed their account?
Standard practice is we close their account and then we'll go outside or to wherever the unit is. We verify that there's no longer a lock on the unit and verify that there's no items left in there. And then if that is the case, that it's empty, we make it ready to rent for the next customer.
The afternoon of December 1st of 2024, did you receive a call from law enforcement regarding Mr. Lychwick's storage unit?
Yes.
Was that out of the ordinary for you to get a phone call from law enforcement about a customer storage unit?
Yes, very much so.
What, without telling me exactly, sorry, strike that, I'll rephrase that. Did the officer who was on the phone with you ask about a customer named Conrad Lychwick?
Yes, he said Kevin or Conrad, but yes.
Okay, thank you for correcting me. Were you able to answer him in terms of whether you knew of a customer by the name of Kevin or Conrad Lychwick had been on the premises?
Yes, I told him that we did have him as a customer about 15 minutes before, because he had just finished moving out and left already.
At that point, did you go and check to make sure all of the items were removed from that storage unit?
After the phone call, yes.
Okay, about how long was the phone call, do you know?
Maybe 5-10 minutes long, not very long.
Had Mr. Lychwick already left the premises when you got the call from law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you end up speaking in person with any law enforcement officers on December 1st of 2024?
I don't believe we spoke in person on that day. It was the following day that they came in and I spoke to them that day.
Okay. And when you checked that storage unit, it was completely empty. Is that fair to say?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I do not have any other questions for this witness.
Very well. Mr. Lychwick, do you have any questions for this witness on cross-examination? All right, Ms. Maloney, you may sit down.
Thank you.
Could you hand that exhibit to me, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Attorney Tom Bosco?
David Plata, Your Honor, be our next witness.
All right, so you can come up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to get sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. You may have a seat. Get yourself situated nice and close to the microphone, and when you are ready, please start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is David Plata, D-A-V-I-D. Last name is Plata, P-L-A-T-T-A.
You may go ahead.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, Mr. Plata. Can you please tell the jury what your rank within the Waukesha Police Department is, sir?
I'm a specialist at the Waukesha Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Waukesha Police Department, sir?
I'm in my 23rd year.
And directing your attention to October 30th of 2024, did you respond to 1512 East North Street?
Yes.
And did you respond to assist with the death investigation at that time, sir?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that particular location, were you tasked with specifically assisting with the search of apartment 13?
Yes.
And apartment 13, who resided in apartment 13 at that particular residence?
At the time, it was victim Carlos.
Okay. Is his last name Maldonado?
Yes.
And
No, it's not Maldonado. It's
did you in fact make
Maldonado.
entry into that particular apartment, sir?
Yes.
And when you made entry into the apartment, can you describe the condition of that particular apartment?
The apartment looked like a normal apartment. Normal life. There didn't appear to be any sort of signs of a struggle. Didn't appear to be anything in disarray. It was a lived-in look in the apartment with nobody in it.
Did it appear to you to be fairly clean?
Yes.
And 2 days later, then, directing your attention to November 1st of 2024, did you respond back to apartment 13 at that particular residence?
Yes.
And were you tasked or were you specifically doing something specifically at apartment 13 on that day, sir?
Yeah, we were doing a more thorough investigation for suspicious circumstances, and it involved photography, a more detailed search of the apartment, and looking for any sort of signs of other evidence.
Did you process that particular apartment using a concept known as blue star latent blood stain reagent?
Yes.
And is reagent spelled R-E-A-G-E-N-T?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Blue star reagent is basically a different version of luminol. It will cause fluorescence if there's presence of blood. We use that to see if there's any of the stains in the apartment or possibly blood. Throughout the apartment, I tested numerous different locations of stains. The only spot that had a slight reaction was the bathroom sink. However, which was a very minimal reaction, upon examining that, we did not observe any sort of blood or tissue or anything that was in the sink or around it, and the reaction was so minimal, it was determined that it could have been just through natural use of the sink for shaving or other situations.
If Carlos had been killed in that, or excuse me, Mr. Maldonado had been killed in that particular apartment that he lived in, would you expect to have seen more of a reaction when you did the blue star latent blood stain reagent?
It would depend on how or where he was killed. If he was killed on something that in there that could have been removed and that would have absorbed any blood, then we would not have had any reaction. But if it was not, we would probably expected to find at least some sort of reaction or something. If he was injured, that there would be something like where he tried to clean up from an injury that, you know, there would be the reaction in a tub or a sink or somewhere.
Consequences.
And do you have any specialized training and experience that allows you to appropriately operate this blue star latent blood stain region analysis?
Yes, I've had training from the Milwaukee Crime Lab for the use of this reagent.
And just in terms of your experience, how many times have you utilized this practice in the scope of your employment?
About a total of 6 times so far.
Now, Detective, directing your attention now a little bit forward to December 2nd of 2024. On that particular day, were you called to provide service for the search warrant?
Yes.
And you were called in to provide service to the search warrant regarding Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
And when you arrived on the scene where Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was, were you tasked to do something specifically?
I assisted with the collection of evidence from the vehicle. My partner did most of the photography of it. Once evidence was collected and secured, I assisted in processing a couple of items that were recovered.
Do you know whether there was a particular boot that belonged to Mr. Lychwick that was recovered from the vehicle?
Yes, there was a heavier outside utility type boot.
Type of boot, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do anything specifically with reference to this boot?
Yes, I observed that there was kind of a reddish stain on the boot, so we collected a couple swabs of it in case it was possibly blood for further analysis.
And you used the word swab. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? What do you mean by swab?
For swabs, we have, they're sterile swabs. They're basically like a large Q-tip. They come in a package of 2. It's sterile from there. We remove it. We swab the item with like a wipe or 2, kind of like we're wiping it down, and then secure it into a sterile packaging for a cardboard box in order to maintain the integrity of any possible like DNA evidence from it.
And did you swab specific areas on this boot?
Yes, the areas of the reddish substance.
And just to remind the jury again, which areas did you observe the red substance on?
It was on the bottom of it and a little bit on this side of the boot.
Based on your training and experience, is that red substance consistent with that of being human blood?
At the time, I did not know if it was suspected blood. I would not be able to say for sure at the time if it was 100% human blood or not. It just was a suspicious reddish substance at the time.
And what happened to the swabs that you actually executed with respect to this item? What happened after you finished with them?
I packaged them, sealed them, and I believe my partner would have taken them down to the crime lab at some point.
And who was your partner at this point?
Specialist Andrew
I
Schmidt.
guess if it's a successful restaurant, that's not bad.
Did you collect a total of 4 sets of swabs as it relates to this boot?
Yes.
When you were assisting with
Why hasn't
the
he
search
paid it?
of Mr. Lychwick's vehicle,
I'm
were
sure
you
he
made aware
has
of any
it.
firearms that were
I
inside the
thought
vehicle?
that restaurant was
Yes,
so
there was one
successful.
firearm located.
Everybody loved to
And
go
do you know
there.
where this firearm was located?
I
And I'm
believe it
sure
was
he's going to
located in
blame
the trunk.
Karen Reed.
And when you were on scene, were you asked to also swab this particular firearm?
I did not swab the firearm on scene. We collected the firearms and all the rest of the evidence. Once we got it back into our processing area, then that's where I swabbed the scene as we could maintain it in as sterile of an environment as possible for
Why is this
processing.
guy so timid
So basically, the
sounding?
reason why you did not swab that firearm on
Detective,
scene
speak
was
up.
the environment was not appropriate.
It was, yes, correct. It was outdoor in our pole barn with numerous other items nearby. We wanted to keep it secured, isolated, so to prevent any sort of cross-contamination. Once we were able to finish that, we brought the items in so I could swab it in a more sterile environment to avoid any sort of contamination.
And when you completed the swabs of both the boot and this firearm, were you wearing gloves?
Yes,
And why were you wearing gloves?
to prevent any sort of contamination from either my DNA getting onto the item or, transferring DNA from other items.
Is that a standard practice in your department?
Correct. We handle items with gloves. I mean, when we're going to do DNA, we set up the items, set up our area, put on a fresh pair of gloves that has not touched anything other than anything until we are ready to swab the items, at which point we grab the sterile swabs, process the firearm, secure everything, and then repackage it. So the pair of gloves has not touched any items belonging to the suspect, myself, or the PD. They are removed from the box, put on, process the firearm, and then items are secured.
And the firearm that you located in Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, was it a silver Luger P-08?
Yes.
And in terms of the area that you swabbed this firearm, which areas did you swab specifically on this firearm?
I swabbed the grip area of the firearm, I swabbed the slide of the firearm, and then the trigger area of the firearm.
And why did you swab those particular areas of the weapon, sir?
Just from firearm handling, I know those are the primary areas that somebody will manipulate, so I try to collect those 3 swabs to have the highest potential for locating a person's DNA on the firearm.
So the reason why you swabbed those particular areas is because those are the commonly used areas. If an individual's DNA would be on the particular firearm, those would be the areas.
Yes.
Is that an appropriate clarification?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you know ultimately, sir, the swabs that you collected from this Luger firearm, what happened to them after you finished with them?
Again, my partner, Specialist Schmidt, took them down to the crime lab for testing.
And do you know whether the crime lab is able to do a further analysis of these types of swabs when they receive it?
Yes.
Just 1 second, sir. Yeah. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to ask any cross-examination questions of this witness? All right, Specialist, you may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, fair enough. Your Honor, our next witness would be Specialist Andy Schmidt.
Okay. Specialist, you may come all the way up to the witness stand here. When you get up to the chair, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. Get yourself positioned by the microphone there, and when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Andrew Schmidt. Last name is spelled S-C-H-M-I-D-T.
And your first?
Andrew, A-N-D-R-E-W.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Specialist Smith, where are you employed, sir?
City of Waukesha Police Department.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
I'm in
sir?
my 21st year.
And as a specialist, are you assigned to a specific area, or can you just tell the jury a little bit more? What does it mean that you're in fact a specialist?
I work in our evidence and forensics unit, which is a promotional position from the patrol position.
And sir, directing your attention to November 8th of 2024, On that particular day, do you recall transporting some items to the crime lab for analysis?
I do.
Okay. And can you just tell the jury a little bit more? So what is the process by which items that are seized are brought to the crime lab for further analysis?
It depends on the type of case that we're investigating. The crime lab has certain limits to what can be submitted, or they have limits on how many items can be submitted depending on the, I guess, area of study that you want the crime lab to analyze. For example, DNA initially will usually only take 10 items, sometimes less, sometimes more, depending on the approval process that you have to go to.
And so when an item is submitted to a crime lab for further analysis, what is sent to the lab memorialized in some manner?
Yes, they have us write up a transmittal, which describes the item, the property number that is associated with the item that we're taking down there, as well as information on the case as well.
Okay. And so are you familiar with these transmittal forms, meaning if I was to show you that here today in court, would you recognize it, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, at this point, I would ask that we show the witness what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 109. Sir, are you able to see the exhibit or no?
No.
You have to slide it over.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Now are you able to see it, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, is this the normal routine form that would contain what you submitted to the crime lab, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And that fairly and accurately depicts the form that you would normally submit to the crime lab?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you submitted on this particular day, is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 109 being received? It will be received.
Okay. Now, sir, in terms of this particular item, did you transmit to the crime lab several different items that are identified as white rope?
I did.
Okay. Do you know the significance of that white rope in terms of the investigation?
I am aware of it, yes.
Okay. What is the significance, sir?
White rope or rope-like substances had been located around the victim. And we had also, and that white rope in particular on this transmittal was obtained during the autopsy process.
Okay. And sir, on this particular date as well, did you submit a cardboard box that contained copper-colored metal projectiles?
I did.
And what is the, in fact, did you submit 2 cardboard boxes containing projectiles?
Yes.
And what is the significance of these projectiles, sir?
Those projectiles were located within the tarp where the victim had been located.
Okay. And so these 2 projectiles had come from the victim in this case?
Yes, that's what it was believed.
Just one moment, sir. Yeah. And to clarify the location of each projectile, one came from the victim's head, is that right?
I wasn't at the autopsy, I just had picked them up, but according to the transmittal, yes.
Okay. And then the second one came from the victim's torso?
Yes.
Okay. Special Smith, directing your attention now to December 2nd of 2024. Were you involved in the search of the defendant, Mr. Lychwick's vehicle on that particular day?
Yes, I was.
And in his particular vehicle was a Kia, is that right?
That's correct.
Would it be fair to say that the Kia was a gray-colored vehicle in nature?
Yes.
And
In terms of the search of the vehicle, where specifically did this vehicle search take place?
The vehicle search took place in the Waukesha Police Department's pole barn.
Okay. And was the vehicle actually transported there from the site of a traffic stop?
It was, yes.
And why was the vehicle transported to that particular location that you just testified to so the search could commence?
Because we wanted to search the vehicle, and we knew that there were several items in that vehicle. So the pole barn was chosen because there was more room to operate and to conduct a better and methodical search.
And you used the word methodical in terms of the vehicle search. What do you mean by that? Can you clarify that just a little bit more?
Knowing how this investigation was going, we wanted to make sure that we searched the vehicle thoroughly and also documented the items that we removed from the vehicle appropriately. I've been a part of searches in the past where vehicles kind of get ransacked and people don't understand where items came from. That's not what we wanted to do with this investigation. We wanted to make sure that everything was thoroughly documented and where it came from.
Okay. And in terms of the, is it fair to say that the search of the vehicle was not only methodical, but it was deliberate as well?
It was.
Okay. And were certain measures or steps taken in order to preserve the integrity of the vehicle search when it was conducted?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury what were those steps, sir?
Each compartment of the vehicle was searched individually, and as items were removed from that vehicle, we had placed clean white tarps down on the ground, so that way we wouldn't get anything dirty or contaminated. Each of those white tarps was labeled with the compartment of the car that it came from. We didn't move on to another compartment of the vehicle until we were done and satisfied that we had thoroughly searched that compartment of the car and we had satisfied what we were looking for.
So essentially you put out separate labels to denote each specific area of the vehicle so you knew what item came from what location of the vehicle.
That's correct.
And that was for better record keeping labor, so there was never any doubt about which item came from what location.
That's correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you know whether Mr. Lychwick's vehicle trunk was searched?
It was.
Okay. And as a result of that search, do you know whether any particular firearms were located, sir?
A firearm was located in the trunk, yes.
And what type of firearm was that, if you recall, sir?
It was a semi-automatic pistol that was of the Luger style from a World War II era.
And sir, if I showed you a copy of that firearm here today in court, do you think you would recognize it from the search?
I would.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the clerk to obtain some scissors and gloves?
You may.
Okay. Okay. I got the gloves here. Do you have a pair of scissors, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Your Honor, this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 157. I would ask the court's permission now to approach the witness so I can show him this specific exhibit.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to examine 157 first? All right, Mr. Lychwick looked at the court and did not acknowledge the court, so Attorney Tombasco, you may approach with it.
Thank you very much.
Facebook gives me
And Your Honor,
the
just so the
weirdest
record
memory.
is clear, I've also supplied this witness with a pair of scissors from your clerk
Just
as
gave
well
me a
as
picture
a
of a bud
set of
that
black
Robbie Dowdy
gloves as
said
well.
he
Detective,
put
do you
on there
recognize
last
that
year.
exhibit?
Yes, this is the gun box that the firearm that we had seized from Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was collected in.
And you are aware which type of firearm is located within that particular glove box?
I am.
And there is something taped to the package of that exhibit, is that right, sir?
That is correct.
What is that?
The bullets that were included with the magazine originally and the 2 test-fired projectiles that came from the crime lab that were also packaged originally inside the box.
And can you give us a little bit more? What exactly is a gun box, sir?
A gun box is a standard cardboard box that we typically package firearms in.
And is that box completely sealed, sir?
It is.
Okay. And that is indeed the firearm as you recall it when it was seized from Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the exhibit 157, Mr. Lychwick? Mr. Lychwick is not responding. That will be received.
Detective, I'm going to ask you, with the court's permission, in a few moments to actually break the seal on that particular gun, but is it completely sealed at this point, sir?
It is.
And why is that?
So that way we don't have any cross-contamination issues later on.
And is that firearm labeled in some manner?
Yes, there is a barcoded label on the front of it, as well as labels from the crime lab from where they processed and analyzed it.
And before I actually ask you to break the seal, is that firearm been rendered safe, sir?
It has.
Okay. There's no ammunition in the weapon at this point?
No.
Okay. But are there some bullets that are on the exterior of that gun case as well?
There are.
Okay. And is that how you found that, or can you provide the jury with a little bit more information concerning that?
I had, knowing that this firearm was going to be brought in for an exhibit, I had removed the packaging that was included inside the box. Prior history with courts, sometimes the judges don't want ammunition inside the box, so I wanted to remove it ahead of time if it was not going to be allowed.
And Your Honor, at this point, I know it's a very sensitive exhibit, but I would ask that the witness be allowed to break the seal and then published by walking back and forth to show the jury the firearm.
Any objection to that proposal, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing none, I will grant that request.
And before we do that, actually, I thought of one other thing as well. Is there a magazine, sir, that's still contained in that box as well?
There is.
Okay. Is that the magazine that came from that particular firearm?
It is.
Okay. I would ask now that the witness be allowed to break the seal.
All right, you may proceed.
And sir, if you didn't mind just doing a couple of passes back and forth so the jury can actually see what it is that you're actually holding in your hand, sir. The record will reflect that the witness has displayed the contents of the box. The firearm is still zip tied to the box, so it was displayed in that fashion back and forth to the jury. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Specialist Schmidt, when that firearm was discovered, was there anything in particular that you located of evidentiary value on the barrel?
There were some blue rags that appeared to be like shop rags that were attached to the firearm with several rubber bands.
Okay. And when the search was completed, was that disrupted in any way, or was that just the way that you found it?
That was just the way we had found it.
So you didn't add either the towel or the rubber bands when you transported it back to your evidence room for safekeeping?
No.
Now, Specialist Schmidt, when you were engaged in the search of this particular vehicle, did you locate any ammunition that correspond to that particular firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And if I showed you that here today in court, would you recognize it from that particular search?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, Specialist Smith, did you transport any of the projectiles that came from the victim in this case?
To the crime lab?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And so would you recognize them here today in court if I showed them to you?
Yes.
And Your Honor, once again, I have two physical exhibits here. They're marked as 155 and 156. I'm happy to show them as well to Mr. Lychwick. I would ask that I be allowed to approach the witness after doing so and show these to him.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see exhibits 155 and 156? Mr. Lychwick is not responding. Attorney Tombasco, you may approach the witness.
Thank you. Sir, showing me what's been marked as State's Exhibit 155 and 156, can you please just tell us what are those two exhibits, sir?
The two exhibits are cardboard boxes with our WAUKESHA police evidence inventory labels on them. And then heat sealed above them are two metal projectiles.
And do you know whether those two projectiles were the ones that came from the victim in this case?
Yes, those are the ones.
And again, you did transport those to the lab for further analysis, is that right?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I now move the two exhibits into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection, Mr. Lychwick, to 155 and 156? Hearing no objection, they are received.
Thank you. Specialist Nelson, I asked you a few moments ago about some of the towels that were found on the Luger firearm. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Why were those not disturbed when you located this firearm in the defendant's trunk?
Given the circumstances of this investigation, it was decided to not disturb them or to try to remove them. Our expertise in firearms is pretty substantial. However, the crime lab has better quality control and they're able to better process those items more than what we're capable of.
And sir, was there a point in time in this investigation where you made another run and brought additional items to the crime lab?
I transported items 2 separate times to the crime lab, yes.
Okay. And do you know whether one of those times involved buccal swabs that came from Mr. Lychwick himself?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, can I just have this next exhibit displayed for the witness as well? Sir, are you able to see this on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And this has been marked as State's Exhibit number 108. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you know approximately when you transmitted? Well, actually, let me back up and ask it this way. This is another form for transmittal of evidence to the crime lab. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. So this is another example of something that you brought to the state crime lab for further analysis. Is that right?
It is correct.
Okay. And when we scroll down on this particular form, does it indicate what specifically you brought to the crime lab?
It does.
And what did you bring to the crime lab, sir?
4 DNA swabs from the defendant, obtained from his left and right cheek.
And do you know when these were brought to the crime lab, sir?
Shortly after December 6th.
Yeah, I now move the exhibit in evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to this exhibit, Mr. Lychwick? There is no objection from the defendant. Attorney Tombasco, this was 108.
It is, let me scroll up really quick. It is 108, Your Honor, that is right.
That will be received.
Okay. Sir, when a buccal swab is typically brought to the lab, is it very common for such a sample to be later tested by the crime lab?
If it's requested to, yes.
So you mentioned just a few moments ago that you had made a third trip with items that were recovered to the crime lab. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Do you recall when you made that trip, sir?
I made a trip December 5th, I believe.
Okay. And sir, when you made that trip, or prior before you made that trip, would you have also filled out a transmittal form for that particular trip as well?
Yes, each trip to the crime lab requires its separate transmittal.
Okay. And sir, are you able to see a form that it's been marked now as States Exhibit 110 on your screen?
The exhibit number isn't there, but I do see the form. Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, for the record, I would ask that this exhibit be referenced as States Exhibit 110. There is no number on it, but that's what I would be requesting.
I'm sorry. There was a talk and I missed.
Sure. I would be asking that this be marked as States Exhibit number 110.
Sure, it will be. Just make sure that when it gets into the record, it has that appropriate sticker on it.
Sure. Absolutely, Your Honor. And so you are able to see this exhibit as well, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on this particular exhibit, does it indicate whether some particular swabs were sent to the crime lab?
Yes.
And specifically, does it indicate several swabs for DNA from several boots?
Yes.
Do you know whose boots these are that were swabbed?
These were boots that were located in the defendant's vehicle.
So these were Mr. Lychwick's boots?
Yes.
And in addition to that, does it also indicate whether a swab of a particular firearm was administered or submitted as well?
Yes.
And that was a Luger pistol?
Yes.
And that was the same Luger pistol that you found in the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Yeah, I now move the exhibit in evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the receipt of Exhibit 110, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing none, it will be received.
Specialist, do you know whether the boots that were swabbed were seized by the police in this case?
They were. We wouldn't swab them without seizing them.
Okay. And if I showed you those here today in court, would you be able to recognize whether those were the boots that were actually seized?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, for the record, these have been marked as States Exhibit 150 for the right and States Exhibit number 150A for the left boot. Once again, I'm happy to show them to Mr. Lychwick if he would like. I'd be asking to approach the witness.
Attorney Tom Bosco, you said 150 and 150A?
Correct. 150 is for the right boot and 150A is for the left boot.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to examine those before they are presented to the witness? Mr. Lychwick doesn't respond. Despite making eye contact with the court, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, just to kind of set the stage a little bit, those two exhibits that I handed you, they are sealed, is that right?
They are.
And is that the common procedure for evidence that is seized, that it is sealed in that manner?
Yes.
And is that, again, to prevent any contamination?
Yes.
And so those two particular items have not been tampered with or altered with in any way? They are just as you received them when they were recovered from the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the admission of 150 and 150A? Hearing none, it is received, or they are received.
Thank you. And I would be asking at this point for the court to allow this witness to break the seal on these items and again show them to the jury.
Any objection to that process, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing none, you may proceed.
Is there any particular order you want me to open them?
No.
I got the first one open.
Yes, yes. So, sir, I would, with the court's permission, of course, I would ask that you just do a couple of passes so the jury can actually see.
Why don't we have both boots opened
Okay.
and then they can be published at the same time?
Perfect.
Can you make a little more noise? Just a little bit more.
You want me to hold them up together? Or?
Yes, please.
This is 150, and this is left and right.
And Your Honor, I would just ask, is the witness able to stand and actually show them that way? It might be easier for the jury to see if we do it that way.
That's fine.
Swipe back and forth.
I think I just said that we'd like you to just stand at the witness stand. If you could just hold them up, and I'll ask that the record reflect the witness is holding up both the boots that have been received as an exhibit for the jury's view.
It will reflect.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Lychwick, would you like to ask this witness any questions on cross-examination? Mr. Lychwick does not acknowledge the court. Therefore, specialist, you may step down.
Thank you. Do you want these items?
You can, I'll tell you what, why don't you hand me the items except for the box?
Okay.
I'm going to have my deputy, or one of the deputies, take possession of the box for right now.
Judge, we're actually going to need that for the next witness. Is it okay? Can we just leave it in close proximity so I can have my next witness reference it? Thank you.
Do you have another witness you want to call this afternoon?
We do. We have Jessica Crawford, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, the court may call its next witness. Or, excuse me, the state may call its next witness.
Yeah, we call Jessica Crawford, Your Honor.
Ms. Crawford, you can come all the way up to the witness stand here. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. When you get yourself positioned by the microphone right there, start
You
by
know,
stating
it's
your
like
name,
we can
spelling your
barely
first and
hear
last for the
most of
record.
the time. We can barely
name
hear
is
them, but
Jessica
then when
Crawford,
they undo those evidence packages, it's
Jessica
cacophony.
Crawford.
You may proceed.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Ms. Crawford. Can you please tell the jury how you're employed?
I am a firearms and toolmark examiner with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, Milwaukee Laboratory.
And specifically, are you employed within the Division of Forensic Science?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's Forensic Sciences, right, plural?
Correct.
Okay. And your official title is Firearms and Tool Marks Examiner, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And how long have you held your current position, ma'am?
Approximately 10 years.
And do you have any specific education that qualifies you to hold your current position?
I have a Bachelor's of Science from Fort Hays State University.
And have you completed any specialized training or experience that qualifies you to hold your current position, ma'am?
Yes, I have completed the Firearm and Toolmark Examiner Training Program that is provided by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
And as a part of your career, do you participate in any continuing education and or training requirements?
I do.
And does this allow you to remain current on topics in your field?
It does, yes.
Yep. Can you give the jury just a sample? What sort of continuing education or training do you participate in?
So we receive what we call proficiency tests. We receive a few of those each year that test us on the different disciplines in which we work. These are provided to us by a third-party organization and given to us in the form of a black box study. So essentially, we don't know the results. We do the work as casework, and then we return the results to the organization, and they provide us with results after the fact to ensure that we are staying competent on the work that we provide.
And throughout your career, have you ever been asked to present at conferences regarding topics in your field?
Yes.
And can you give the jury a sample? What topics have you presented on?
I present on evidence handling. I have presented on firearm and tool mark examination, and I have presented on Daubert hearings, which is a motion throughout the courts.
And have you testified in court before, ma'am?
I have, yes.
How many times have you testified?
About 120 times.
And Ms. Crawford, are you familiar with a concept that's known as firearms identification?
Yes.
Can you please just tell the jury, what is firearms identification?
With firearms identification, we are looking at firearms and firearm-related evidence like fired cartridge cases and fired bullets or projectiles. And we are comparing the fired bullets and projectiles to the firearm or to each other.
And as part of the 120 times that you've testified in court, have you ever testified regarding firearms identification?
Exclusively.
Okay, so the 120 times you've testified have all been related to firearms identification?
Yes.
Okay. And the specific training and experience and education that you've just defined, is all of that in relation to that particular topic, firearms identification?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And ma'am, are you familiar with a document that's known as a statement of qualifications?
I am.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, what is that?
A statement of qualifications is essentially a working resume. So it will have information regarding the work that I have done, the trainings I have done, the testimonies I have done within my time frame at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Okay. And ma'am, well, Madam Clerk, if we could just project this on the witness's screen. Ms. Crawford, I'm just going to show you this document. It's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 113, and I'm going to ask if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay. Is this your statement of qualifications, ma'am?
This looks like the first page of it, yes.
Okay. I'm going to scroll through and just let me know if it all looks correct.
Yes.
Okay. And this is your statement of qualifications, is that right?
It is, yes.
Okay. And as part of your career, is it an expectation that you maintain this type of document?
Yes.
And that is so you can testify in court regarding what you do on a daily basis?
Correct.
Yep. Your Honor, right now I move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 113? The defendant does not respond. The exhibit will be received.
And Your Honor, at this point, I would ask that the court receive Ms. Crawford as an expert witness pursuant to WSCStat 907.02 subsection 1, specifically in the field of firearms identification.
That is for the jury to determine.
Okay. Ms. Crawford, in relation to your work at the Wisconsin State Laboratory, do you receive firearms for identification and testing?
I do.
And when a firearm comes to you for testing, what is the procedure that you follow?
So when I receive a firearm, I will first examine that firearm to ensure that it hasn't been manipulated or damaged. Then we create a worksheet where we indicate all of the different manufacturing make information on the worksheet. Once I've gone through the entire firearm, ensured that it is safe to fire, we perform 2 test fires of every firearm where I actively go into a shooting range and fire and collect the ammunition fired from the firearm.
And where do you get your hands on the ammunition that you use for test firing, the weapons that you receive?
We have a reference library of ammunition that we use to do all test firing with.
And the procedure that you just explained to the jury, is that followed each and every time, ma'am?
It is.
And why is it important that you follow that procedure each and every time?
For the quality control aspect of the work that we do to ensure that things are being done accurately and complete.
And after you finish test firing the weapon that is sent to you, do you complete or memorialize your findings in some sort of document?
Yes.
And what is that document?
Well, we do have notes, and then we also will write a report, and that report will have our findings.
And is this report known as a firearms identification report?
I believe it's a Wisconsin State Crime Lab report, but it is my report that indicates the firearms work.
I see. And is that something that that you do each and every time you finish, is fill out that report?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, ma'am, as it relates to this particular case, do you know whether your lab received a firearm for testing that you analyzed here?
Do you have a laboratory number you could provide me?
I'll tell you what, maybe I can do even one better, ma'am. Do you know whether you completed a report in reference to a firearm in this case?
Yes, I do believe I did.
Okay. And if I was to show you a copy of that report here today in court, would that assist you in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, are you able to see what's now been projected on your screen?
I can, yes.
Okay. And this is marked as State's Exhibit number 114, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, ma'am, just scrolling up, is that your name that's located at the top of this report?
That is my name, yes.
Okay. And so what is the, when you analyze a weapon, is that the routine practice that you affix your name and your signature to this report?
That's correct.
Okay. And so does this assist you in terms of evaluating which firearm you analyzed in this particular case?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, this is your regular practice, is to complete reports such as this in the scope of your employment?
It is.
Yeah, I asked the record that we receive the exhibit in for evidence.
Any objection to Exhibit 114, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing no objection, the court will receive Exhibit 114.
And, Your Honor, I would ask that we publish to the jury.
Any objection to the publication, Mr. Lychwick? All right, it will be published.
So, ma'am, I'd like to start with the first section of this report. Do you see that there's an indication that says item AD1?
Yes.
Okay. And item AD1, is this the firearm that you received in your laboratory for testing?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of weapon is this?
This is a Germany Mauser, a model Luger 42 or 1939, 9mm caliber semi-automatic pistol.
Okay. And then there's also something on this one that says with six landing grooves, right and twist, rifle barrel. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that mean?
The 6 lands and grooves and right-hand twist rifle barrel would indicate the characteristics of the interior of the barrel of this firearm.
And when you receive a weapon at your particular lab, are there some sort of stickers that are noted on it when it receives?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I believe that there's the firearm should be close by. If I could just use that with the witness, please.
Sure. The witness can use the gun box right there, which is identified as Exhibit 157.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Crawford, do you have exhibit number 157 in front of you?
I do.
Okay. And is that, are there stickers on that came from your lab?
Yes.
Okay.
And Ms. Crawford, the previous witness has testified that the firearm has been rendered safe, too. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. So now, moving down, there's a section that says item AD2. Can you just explain that for the jury?
AD2 is a magazine that has 7 unfired 9mm caliber cartridges with it.
And is this an item that you would have received in your laboratory for testing?
Correct.
Okay, so you received, at the time that this Luger firearm was sent to you, also included with the submission was a magazine and then some unfired 9mm cartridges, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then continuing to move down, there's an item I and an item J. Do you see that as well?
Yes, I do.
Can you please explain what is item I and what is item J?
Item I is one fired 9mm caliber full metal jacket bullet with 6 lands and grooves and a right hand twist. Item J is also one fired 9mm caliber full metal jacket bullet with 6 lands and grooves and a right hand twist impression.
So these items I and item J, these are also items that were submitted to you for testing as well?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I believe these items have also been previously received. If we could just show those to the witness as well.
And they should be right there for the witness as well. Those are, those were part of 157, correct?
Yes.
They're on the box.
Item J here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item I and J, Attorney Thompson, did you pull out exhibits 155 and 156?
I did, yes, they were up there. Those are the projectiles recovered from the victim's head and torso during the autopsy.
Sure. So just so the record's clear, then, with reference to item I and item J, those refer to exhibits 155 and 156.
Thank you very much. So you have those in front of you, ma'am, as well?
I do.
Okay. Okay. Ma'am, with respect to all three of those items, are there yellow stickers indicated on each item?
There are, yes.
Okay, can you explain that a little bit more?
So the yellow barcode sticker is something that's applied to each piece of evidence as it's received from law enforcement to the crime lab. It provides a laboratory case number and a laboratory item designation, and the barcode allows us to track and follow the chain of custody throughout the laboratory as the item is worked.
Okay. And again, moving down the report, if I could, please, you had testified earlier that you test fired this particular weapon, this Luger firearm that you received. Is that right?
That is correct.
And when you test fired this particular weapon, did you find there to be any malfunctions regarding it?
I did not.
Okay. So the weapon was capable of recycling a bullet through it. Is that right?
Yes, it did
Okay.
function.
Okay.
Hey, Jill, welcome back.
I'm just going to take the exhibit down for 1 second here, ma'am. Actually, Madam Clerk, can we bring the exhibit back up for the witness at this point?
Just for the witness?
Yes, please. Ma'am, is there a section of your, well, first and foremost, do you have this document in front of you as well, ma'am?
I do.
Okay. Do you see a section in this report that's called microscopic comparison conclusion?
Yes, I do see. I just see the title at this time.
Okay. Can you explain what that is?
So microscopic comparison is going to be a comparison of the class and individual characteristics of a fired piece of evidence. So say we would take these test fired cartridge cases and bullets, we would then do a microscopic comparison to fired evidence like cartridge cases or bullets that were received to compare the markings that are left over on those bullets and cartridge cases from the firing process that are imparted from the firearm onto those pieces of evidence. We use what's called a comparison microscope, and we compare them by using two stages or two microscopes that are connected by one optical bridge. And I look at both objects simultaneously, comparing the microscopic striations and impressions to each other in order to come to a conclusion.
And ma'am, just to kind of flush that out just a
Oh
little
my
bit more. Actually, before I
God.
do that, Your Honor, we've now switched computers. Can we just now, once again,
Women are
place this back on the
stupid.
screen for the jury? I just didn't want the jury to see my questions.
Oh, for the jury?
Yes,
Sure.
yes, please. Yep.
So Exhibit 114 will again be displayed to the jury.
If we zoom in a little bit more on that. So ma'am, you were just testifying about this, the section microscopic comparison conclusions, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you're performing a comparison on what is listed as item I and item J, is
I
that
don't
right?
get it.
in there?
I do not
That is
get
correct.
Okay, so what you're doing then is you're performing a comparison between what you received, which is item I and item J, with the bullets
it.
or the projectiles that you have in your laboratory, is that right?
Correct. The ones that I fired through the firearm compared.
Okay. And when a firearm is recycled through a particular weapon, in this case, 1939 Luger, does the cartridge have any specific markings or something that would indicate it came from that particular weapon?
That is my experience.
Yep. Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury?
So during the manufacturing process, when a firearm is being made, it's being made with tools. As those tools are forging those different parts, those tools are changing in themselves. So I like to think of it like a piece of chalk. So say you have a fresh piece of chalk and you take it and you score it on the ground. When you look at that end, you're going to see some striations, you're going to see some impressions from the ground that you just rubbed it against. Now, if you were to take it and do it again, you may still see some of those striations and impressions from that first time, but there may be some subtle or different changes that are happening during each time that you're marking that piece of chalk. So the tools that are used in the manufacturing process are similar in the sense that as they wear through each item that they're making, they also have slight changes. So that's where we have that difference between class characteristics and individual characteristics. A class characteristic will be something that's done, decided in manufacturing. So something like the caliber or that amount of lands and grooves, that would be something that was decided and is a class characteristic. I would expect that many Lugers would have a 6 right-hand twist barrel. Those microscopic striations and impressions that are happening during that manufacturing process where those tools are then wearing through each piece that it's making, those are going to be those individual characteristics, those microscopic striations and impressions that we're using in order to identify a particular gun back to the pieces of evidence that we receive.
I see. Thank you for that explanation. And so so again, referring you back to the item that's listed as AD1, the weapon that you received, and then the 2 items that you spent regarding item I and item J, do you have an opinion regarding whether items I and item J came from item AD1 based on your testing?
I do.
Yes. Can you please state that opinion, ma'am?
It is my opinion that items I and J, the 2 fired 9mm caliber bullets, were fired through the barrel of item AD1, which is the Germany Mauser Luger.
1 second, ma'am. Ma'am, when you look at all of these items, do they all have the appropriate crime lab designation?
The barcode sticker?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And in terms of the item I and item J that you just testified to, is that opinion made to a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
It is, yes.
And what specifically would you point to informing that opinion?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
Sure. What specifically, you've just testified that it's your conclusion that item I and item J were recycled through item AD1. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And what do you rely on specifically in forming that opinion?
So that opinion is based off of my training and experience as a firearms and tool mark examiner.
Okay. Is there anything in particular that you would point to on those particular items, any stratations or something that would be in support of that?
So during my examination, I do find areas of identification that assist me in being able to make the identification to the barrel. And that is just going to be areas of those striations within the lands and grooves that I was able to make identifications to.
Do items I and items J bear specific marks on them that are similar to the ammunition that you test fired, that are similar in nature?
Yes, they do.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
So by comparing items I and J to the test fired bullets that I fired through item AD1, I was able to find areas of identification that, in my opinion, I was able to then make an identification that these two items were fired through the barrel of item AD1.
And when you make that conclusion, ma'am, is there some sort of peer review process that takes place in order to ensure the accuracy of your findings?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what that process is?
Firearms goes through a two-step process. There is a peer review or technical review portion, and that is when a second qualified examiner takes the paperwork and ensures that it's accurate and complete. There is also a process where that second qualified examiner takes the physical evidence itself, performs an examination, and confirms that the evidence supports the conclusions made in my report.
And Your Honor, at this point, may I approach the witness just to retrieve evidence?
You may.
So, ma'am, just to be clear, I'm holding in my hand States Exhibit 155 and States Exhibit 156. These are items I and J, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So it is your conclusion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that these two projectiles came from what I'm now holding as States Exhibit number 157. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that is item AD1, as noted on your lab report. Is that right?
That is correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, any cross-examination for this witness? The defendant does not respond. Ms. Crawford, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at 4:46. We've had another full, productive day. I appreciate your attention and patience throughout the day. We are going to break for this evening. I want to remind you that you have not heard all of the evidence in this case. You have not heard any of the instructions that I am going to give you, so it is not ready for your deliberations yet. As you go home tonight, take a break, get some rest. Don't talk about the case to anyone, including loved ones. Don't talk about it to your fellow jurors as you're leaving the courtroom. You are not able to deliberate until I allow you to, and when the evidence is finished and the arguments are finished. So we will break until tomorrow morning. We're going to resume again at 8:30 tomorrow morning. But again, I think we're doing very well on time. So you can feel comfortable that we will be able to finish in a timely fashion here. All right, we will see you tomorrow at 8:30.
All right.
Let's see if he's any more cooperative on day 3.
Doctor, you can come all the way up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. When you get yourself situated, that microphone or the black bar with the red dot is our microphone there. So
Get yourself comfortable. You can use the water there. And when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
Amy Scheel, AMYSHEIL.
Dr. Scheel, how are you presently employed?
I'm an associate medical examiner for Waukesha County.
And how long have you been so employed?
11 years.
Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of the witness? Dr. Scheel, on the screen in front of you shortly is a 7-page document that will be marked as State's Exhibit 117. Do you see that exhibit sticker on the bottom right-hand corner now?
Yes.
Okay, and then scrolling through exhibit number 117, do you know what this is?
This is a copy of my curriculum vitae, or CV.
And what is the purpose of maintaining this CV over the years that you've been associate medical examiner?
It's a record of my education, training, past appointments, current employment, any papers or book chapters I've written, any presentations I've given.
I would move exhibit 117 into evidence, please.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of Exhibit 117? The defendant does not reply. Exhibit 117 will be received.
Now, you indicated you've been an associate medical examiner for 11 years. What have been your appointments prior to being an associate medical examiner?
Prior to working for Waukesha County, I was employed as a pediatric pathologist for Cincinnati Children's Hospital Medical Center. Prior to that, I had worked for Children's Wisconsin for a couple of years. And prior to that, I worked for the Medical University of South Carolina for a year as a forensic pathologist after completing my training there.
Are you licensed in, and do you have a medical license in any other states besides Wisconsin?
South Carolina, Ohio, and Florida.
Do you have any professional certifications as it relates to your work in pathology?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic and clinical pathology, forensic pathology, and pediatric pathology.
Do you have to go through any kind of continuing education to maintain those certifications, or do you have to be recertified every year? How does that work?
Every 10 years, I have to take a recertification examination, but every 2 years, I have to do at least 100 hours of continuing medical education in my course of study, which would be pathology, specifically forensic and pediatric pathology.
Can you describe for the jury your education?
Yes, I attended Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska for undergraduate, and then I stayed there for medical school. I completed medical school in 2003, then did residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston. Then I did my forensic pathology fellowship. Part of it was in Tampa, Florida, and the rest of it was at the Medical University of South Carolina. I worked for the Medical University of South Carolina for a year as a forensic pathologist, and then did a 1-year pediatric pathology fellowship prior to working for about 5 years in pediatric pathology.
Now, as over your career in this field,
Just double check your connection.
think
The screen went out.
it did, yes. So it did for Mr. Lychwick as well.
You could try the old-fashioned method of unplugging it and plugging it back in. Oh, it's on our end, sorry.
I can continue on though while we're figuring that out.
Okay, we'll try to fix it on our end.
Thank you. Dr. Scheel, over your career, have you been invited to speak at any lectures or any workshops based on your training and your experience?
Yes.
Can you give an overview of those opportunities for the jury?
I've done a couple of workshops for not only prosecutors but defense lawyers. I've given workshops in pediatric pathology for some of our professional societies like the National Association of Medical Examiners or the American Academy of Forensic Sciences or the Society of Pediatric Pathology. So just to name a few.
Okay.
Just for the record, we have the screen back up.
Yes, thank you. And I see it on Mr. Lychwick's screen too.
Thank you.
Now, we're hearing a lot of the study of pathology. So what is the study of pathology?
Pathology is the study of disease or a disturbance in normal function. That's the general definition of pathology, which means from the Greek, I believe, pathos or suffering. So it's the study of disease. Forensic pathology is the study of how disease and injury cause death. And pediatric pathology is the study of diseases and conditions in infants and children.
Now, as we continue going through exhibit number 117, sorry, scrolling down to the end here. Have you had any publications or been part of the peer review process of publications in the area of pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes.
Can you give an overview to the jury about some of those publications?
In forensic pathology, a lot of our publications are based on case reports, which means maybe one case of something unusual that happens that obviously causes death in an individual. For example, one report I wrote was about a teratoma, which is a type of tumor in a newborn. There have been some pediatric pathology papers about different types of tumors or cancers. And one forensic pathology publication about taser-related fatalities.
Moving on from your training and your experience and your education, as an associate medical examiner for Waukesha County, does that mean you are reporting to the district attorney's office?
No.
Do you report to law enforcement in terms of, are they in charge of your office?
No.
Do you get paid by either law enforcement or the district attorney's office for the work you do in pathology?
No.
As an associate medical examiner, what are the main duties that you have?
My primary purpose and the role of my job is to determine cause and manner of death. Sometimes in order to do that, we might need to do full autopsies. Sometimes our examination might just be an examination of the external surfaces of the body in cases where an injury is already well documented and an autopsy is not likely to yield any additional information. We might go to the scene and do a scene evaluation or a scene investigation. We look at medical records. We look at police reports. Any information that might help us determine how and why somebody died is our purview.
During this examination, do you ever perform lab tests such as toxicology?
Yes.
What about medical records of the deceased individual?
Yes.
Do you perform any kind of microscopic exams?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of testifying in court as it relates to autopsies you have performed or external examinations, approximately how many times have you done that over the last 10 years as an associate medical examiner?
At least 50.
Is there also another doctor in the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Does the medical examiner's office review every single death that happens in Waukesha County?
No. We review deaths that are reported to our office. So a report might come by way of police who are at a residence where somebody's died. It might come from police who are at the scene of a traffic accident. for traffic incident. It might be from a hospice where there's been an injury to the patient prior to death that might be related to her death. It might come from a hospital or a nursing facility of some type, even in assisted living. Any situation that the reporter feels warrants additional investigation gets reported to our office, but we do operate under certain guidelines based on state statute 979, which describes which types of cases are reported to the medical examiner's office.
Are there also investigators within the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
What is their role?
They are the front lines of our office. They will take the demographic information regarding a death report, so the patient's name, age, date of birth, the history of events, what led up to the death. The investigator, if it's police calling to report the death, will respond to the scene, whether it be a residence, a scene death like a traffic accident or something else suspicious, or a drowning, something where there happens to be an injury or something non-natural that played a role in the death and is obvious. The investigator might also respond to scenes where it's not clear what happened. The investigator always has one of our pathologists on call. There are 3 of us. So there's always a pathologist on call for backup to that investigator, but the investigator generally will initially respond to the scene, do an evaluation, call the pathologist if necessary, and sometimes the pathologist will also respond to the scene.
You mentioned that one of your main duties as an associate medical examiner is to determine cause and manner of death. What are the differences between the two?
The cause of death refers to why the death occurred. It's the pathophysiological, big word for saying what derangement in the body caused the death. The manner of death refers to the circumstances surrounding death, how the death occurred. And while there might be a myriad or infinite ways or causes of death, there are only 5 manners of death: accident, natural, homicide, suicide, or undetermined.
When we talk about those causes of death, is it possible that, let's say, you determine a gunshot wound is the cause of death? Now, could the manner, depending on the circumstances in your investigation, be either a homicide or a suicide?
Yes.
Okay. Have you previously been called to scenes where you ultimately concluded after your investigation that the manner of death was homicide?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an estimate how many times you've done that?
We don't have a high homicide rate in Waukesha County, which is fortunate. But I've probably attended homicide scenes 20 times in my career here.
I would like to direct your attention to October 30th of 2024. Did you report to a scene at 1512 East North Street in the city and county of Waukesha?
Yes.
And why did you report to that scene?
My investigator called me and let me know that some bones were discovered partially wrapped in what looks like plastic and maybe a tarp in a wooded area behind the residential apartment complex at this address.
And so this would be one of those circumstances where you would go to the scene. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, thank you. Do you recall about what time you arrived on scene?
Probably about 7:30 p.m.
When you arrive on scene at 1512 East North, what is the first thing that you do?
The first thing, depending on how the scene is situated, meaning what the perimeter is, who's taking information, is perhaps a sign-in at whoever is holding a scene log, who's documenting who's coming into the scene. Then I talk to my investigator, get some more information, if any is known about the circumstances or situation. Then we might respond or talk to any police personnel on scene who have more information. Then I make my own observations about the scene. What kind of environment are we in? Like I said, it was a residential apartment complex. There was a relatively wooded area adjacent to the complex. It was up a hill. We traversed the hill, we went up top and made some more observations at that point.
If you could look on your screen in front of you, what has been previously marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 4, is this the scene at 1512 East North that you were just describing for us?
Yes.
Okay, now the bottom of Exhibit 4 here, does that lead to the driveway then of this apartment building?
Yes, if you're continuing down towards me out of the picture, it would go towards the parking lot.
Okay. Now, as you, actually, Madam Clerk, can you please show Exhibit 4 for the jury? Okay, Dr. Scheel, was it, since it was about 7:30, was it a little bit darker when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
And does your office, or was it the police department that had any kind of lights so that you could illuminate the area and make sure you weren't missing anything?
Yes, the police did establish large, powerful lights surrounding this area, which has deadfall or branches on top of it, and the blue, just the blue coloration. So we've set up lights around that so we can see better.
Now, once you arrived on scene and you made those initial observations of your surrounding environment and what you were actually looking at, did you or other officers who were present start removing the branches from the top of this pile?
After my investigator took photographs and we made sure police had photographs, then yes, police began moving some of the branches away.
Do you just shove all of the branches off so you can get to the bones, or is there a more methodical way in which you go layer by layer?
It's methodical. It's layer by layer. Most of the wood that was directly on top of the tarp was relatively entangled, so it could be moved in like one piece. But once we got down to smaller twigs and branches and vegetation, we actually used paint brushes to start sweeping the surface of the tarp after we had collected some of that vegetation for specimen analysis.
Once you removed all of the branches and the vegetation to the point where you could actually see the tarp, what observations did you make of it at that point?
At that point, I could see that there was a portion of the blue tarp that was not entirely encasing the bones. There were bones protruding from an opening in the tarp. It looks like some ribs and some vertebrae. We walked around the bones that were encased in the plastic in the tarp and canvassed the area looking for additional bones.
Did you start unwrapping the tarp while you were on scene?
No.
Why not?
It's very important, especially when we had a situation like this where the tarp was secured or had been secured with ropes in which there were knots. It's very important to leave those knots intact. We could also see some portions of adhesive tape on the tarp. So we never disturb any outer coverings when we have a concealed body. We try to take all of the wrappings in situ as best as possible back to our morgue for a more detailed examination, and so we don't lose any evidence.
Once you've cleared everything, in terms of the branches and the vegetation, and you make the determination, this is a concealed body, so we're not opening it here, do you then put it into the black medical examiner's bag that we sometimes refer to as a body bag?
Yes, generally when we're dealing with a suspicious death, such as this one, we use a white linen sheet or an evidence sheet. We put that down at the bottom of the body bag. For this case, we used 2 body bags because of the state and the condition of the body. He was very badly decomposed, which was why we were seeing bones. So we needed to use 2 body bags, one inside the other.
Once you accomplish that, is there any kind of identifying markers that you put on the bags so that you know which scene these remains belong to?
Yes, every patient who comes to our office, every death that's reported actually is a patient. Everybody gets an identifying unique case number, which usually starts with a year and goes in sequence. So whatever next number is up. And then for this particular patient, we called him October Doe because he was not able to be identified at the scene. We also locked the body bag with a tag lock to preserve chain of custody.
Once the patient is removed then and you complete this process, when he gets back to the medical examiner's office, do you place him in a cooler?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you do for every patient who comes to your office?
Yes.
Okay. What is the purpose then of keeping the patient in the cooler? Why not just perform the autopsy right away?
Well, it depends on the timing. Maybe it's the middle of the night. We're generally not staffed or equipped to do autopsies in the middle of the night. We might have had patients come in already who needed to have autopsies, and so he needed to wait his turn. We also needed to employ additional services that we don't have on site, like x-ray. So x-ray basically operates during the day. So we put them in the cooler to slow down or halt decomposition to prevent it from getting worse. And then we began his process the next day.
Okay. Now, you noted that October Doe was very badly decomposed. From what you could see on scene, was there any soft tissue around those bones that had been protruding from under the tarp?
There was soft tissue and liquid that had exuded or leaked from the tarp.
And so once you removed him and he went to the medical examiner's office,
he's working on his appeal right now.
You talked about how you observed soft tissue and liquid underneath where the tarp would have been. Do you collect what you see?
Yes.
Why?
Because there might be evidence in that soft tissue or liquid that seeped into the dirt that could be very helpful.
When we talk about a human body decomposing, when does that decomposition process start?
It starts almost immediately, actually immediately. You just don't see it right away or smell it right away. The first stage of decomp is just that cell death that's immediate. It starts when certain organs that, like the pancreas, the organ that controls blood sugar, has a lot of enzymes in it. And that cell death or that cell process of decomposition is called autolysis. So certain organs that have enzymes like the pancreas or the gastrointestinal tract like the stomach that has acid in it will break down more quickly than other organs. But that autolysis quickly, within about 3 days, depending on the situation of the body, what kind of environment the body's in, turns to putrefaction, which is bacterial decomposition. And that starts with an active decay phase, then moves on to advanced decay, where all the soft tissues start liquefying or turning to liquid. And then after advanced decay is when skeletonization happens.
Doctor, could you spell some of those terms
Oh,
that you
sorry.
just used, please?
Sure. Autolysis is AUTOLYSIS. Putrefaction, PUTREFACTION. Skeletonization, skeleton, IZATION.
Thank you.
Before I start asking you about some environmental factors, are you aware of the science behind the use of human remains detector dogs?
Yes.
And are you aware whether there is a particular odor that is released from decomposing human remains that these dogs can detect or smell and humans cannot?
Yes, dogs' sense of smell is many, many, many times greater than a human sense of smell, so they're able to detect odors that we are not able to detect, essentially.
And are those, or have there been in the field, identified organic compounds from decomposing human remains, and those compounds are what the dogs are smelling?
Yes.
We have talked then about the process of body decomposition. Are you familiar with the phrases livor mortis and rigor mortis?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what those two terms are?
Livor mortis, and it's LIVOR, is the pooling of blood to dependent areas that happens after death. So if a body is on his back at the time of death, blood will settle to the backs of the legs, the backs of the head, and turn a red or pink color, sometimes red purple, depending on how much blood is in the body. That's livor mortis, that's blood pooling. Rigor mortis is stiffening of the muscles. So rigor mortis starts happening immediately upon death, but doesn't become apparent for usually a couple of hours, and it's gradual. So it'll start out like just with a little bit of tension in the jaw and extremities, and the muscles will gradually stiffen up until it's almost very difficult to straighten out an arm or leg. But rigor mortis and livor mortis reach a certain point, and then there's no scientific algorithm to tell us for which every single decedent exactly when that would be, because it's different for everybody, because it's very dependent on lots of variables. But rigor mortis usually is set and starts to pass at 24 hours. So once rigor mortis has been oncoming, becomes set, and then passes, it doesn't come back. Livor mortis, same thing. For at least 12 hours after death, that red-pink color to red-purple color of blood pooling will blanch if pressed. After about 12 hours, it no longer blanches when pressed. So that helps narrow down a time of death if we're talking about a relatively fresh body.
We talked about environmental factors, or you at least referenced it, and how those can affect the decomposition process. What if human remains are located inside someone's home, let's say? How would that be different in terms of human remains that are outside that are outside?
Well, it would depend, the inside conditions would depend. If the body is kept in a basement, say with an earth floor or even a concrete floor, decomposition will be slowed because it will be relatively cool and dark. If the body is kept in an attic, it's going to be more hot and arid, so decomposition will proceed more quickly. There will also be more likely tendency to mummify or dry out than putrefy, which is the bacterial decomposition, also sometimes called wet decomposition that we talked about earlier. But in a house, if there are no open windows, we also won't see insect activity like we do when bodies are outdoors. Outdoor deaths tend to decompose relatively quickly because the body is exposed to elements as well as insects and animal predators. So decomposition can happen more quickly if we're talking about temperate or warm months. If we're talking about winter months, well, decomposition is going to slow down because it's cold.
When we're talking about this scene here at 1512 East North, do you recall approximately how long you were there?
I probably was there about 2 hours.
And when you canvassed, actually, sorry, strike that. Once the patient had been removed and placed into the van to be taken back to the office, did you or your investigators or the officers on scene kind of canvass surrounding the area to see if there were any other bones that may have been missed?
My investigator and I looked, and the police did a more extensive canvass, I believe that night and continuing into the next day, if not longer.
Now, while you were on scene here, were you able to make an identification on who October Doe was?
No.
During your investigation, were you ever able to make a confirmed scientific identification?
Yes.
What is the difference between a presumptive identification and a confirmed identification?
A presumptive identification or tentative identification means it might be that person, but we don't know for sure. A scientific identification is one where we can match hardware in the body, say that has serial numbers that match before death medical records, hardware in the body to the decedent, like a prosthesis, a hip joint, or a pacemaker. Those are two good pieces of hardware that are used for scientific identification. The other route we might go for scientific identification in a fresh body would be fingerprints. If somebody has fingerprints on file, they're a very good way to make identification. Or dentals. If we know where to get dental records for that decedent, we can get those antemortem or before death dental records and compare them to dental x-rays we take on the decedent while he's at our office. And that's how we were able to make scientific identification for this decedent.
And this decedent, is his name Carlos Maldonado?
Yes.
And you used dental records to confirm scientifically his identification?
Yes.
And were the teeth relatively intact? Is that how you were able to, or do those decay, or?
Teeth last a very, very long time. They'll actually last longer than bones in some instances. So his teeth were in good condition for a scientific identification.
When you come to the point of performing an autopsy, we talked about the external exam and the internal exam. For the external examination, is that where you are kind of describing identifying features if they're there?
Yes.
From there, do you move on to any injuries that are seen externally?
Yes.
Do you also note if there are any items related to medical intervention on the body?
Yes.
And this is all done prior to that Y incision that we generally think of when we hear about an autopsy.
Correct.
Once you make that Y incision, then what is the process of the internal examination?
Generally, during a standard autopsy that requires a Y incision, the first thing we do upon opening the body is to collect body fluids like urine and blood, peripheral blood from the vein in the pelvis. That's the best specimen for toxicology. At the point at which we're done collecting body fluids and noting any trauma that we might see to the organs before we remove them, then we eviscerate by taking out all of the organs in one block, from the neck to the colon.
And then once you take out all of the organs, do you perform any individual examinations on each of those?
Yes, we dissect each organ from one another. We weigh all the major organs and then further dissect each organ, noting any kind of pathology, anything that's abnormal, any injury, anything that shouldn't be there, like tumors, or any gross evidence that can be seen with the naked eye of any kind of disease process.
Once that is completed, do you then move to the head of the individual?
Yes.
And what examination is performed at that point?
The scalp is reflected to expose the skull, and then the skull cap or the calvarium is removed to expose the brain.
And then from there, do you proceed to the neck and kind of perform that same process of taking out any of the organs and dissecting and examining?
After the brain is removed, then we do a neck dissection and take out those organs. Correct.
Once you complete an autopsy, do you prepare a report based on all of your observations and your findings?
Yes.
Is that referred to as an autopsy protocol?
Yes.
And what are some general items of information in that autopsy protocol?
The front page details the decedent's name, age, date of autopsy, cause of death. The second page is findings, so the salient findings from the examination. The next section starts with descriptions of the external examination, clothing, medical interventions, identifying marks and scars like tattoos, and then the internal examination with the description of each organ. Then microscopic examination, if any was done or necessary, any laboratory studies that might have been done, and sometimes ends with a stipulation as to whether medical records were reviewed.
Madam Clerk, can you please take the screen off from the courtroom and just leave it on for the witness, please?
Yeah.
Dr. Shield, when it comes to Mr. Maldonado, were you able to perform that same autopsy process that we just discussed between the external examination and an internal examination with a Y incision?
No.
Why not?
Due to Mr. Maldonado's state of decomposition, he had very little soft tissue remaining. He had no viscera, which means body organs. There is no brain tissue left. So at the point at which I documented injuries, we then cleaned his bones, and our forensic anthropologist did an analysis. So there was no standard autopsy in Mr. Maldonado's case.
On the screen in front of you, do you see a 9-page document that's marked as State's Exhibit 118?
Yes.
And if I continue going through this document, is this the autopsy protocol that you prepared with your findings of the autopsy of Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
On the last page of your autopsy protocol, is this a hand-drawn diagram?
Yes.
Is this something that you drew at the time of the examination?
Yes.
And why did you draw a diagram? Is that something you normally add to an autopsy protocol?
It depends on the autopsy or the type of case. If we have many gunshot wounds, we might do a diagram, or complex injuries, we might do a diagram. For Mr. Maldonado, because it's difficult to depict in the photographs, the wrappings, this black plastic sheeting and the tarp, it's difficult to discern exactly where one starts and one ends, plus the items that were included with those objects. I just did a diagram of the wrappings, the ropes, the tape, and some other items that were found within the coverings.
And then looking at what is marked as Exhibit 119, is that a single page document, which is the handwritten diagram at the end of your autopsy protocol?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I would move Exhibits 118 and 119 into evidence.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibits 118 and 119? Mr. Lychwick continues to not respond to the court. Those exhibits will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, and I would ask that they be published to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to publication of those exhibits? No answer from the defendant. They will be used with the jury.
Okay, on the screen in front of you is Exhibit 119. So can you start kind of from the head and work your way down to the feet of Mr. Maldonado and explain what you saw along the way during your external examination?
Okay, so the very top of the diagram says grommet next, thank you, thanks, next to a circular depiction in the blue tarp. So there was a grommet in the blue tarp, and down below the second rope on your right side, there's a defect. Oh, keep going down, please. The very perimeter of the blue tarp. There's a hole next to the word defect. Yep, right there. There was another grommet there that had clearly been torn out, and you can see that on one of the lower ropes. The grommet that was torn out. So the blue tarp was partially wrapped around black plastic sheeting or black plastic garbage bag, and inside the torso region, that little green thing right there is a knotted up circular rendition of a t-shirt. This portion of t-shirt was torn. There was another piece of it that was torn off in about the same region. And this t-shirt was saturated with a thin red liquid. There were pieces of adhesive tape focally attaching the blue tarp to the black plastic, but mostly adherent to the black plastic. And around both pieces of the black plastic and the blue tarp were these 4 loops of rope. You can see now here the grommets. There are actually 2 grommets that were torn out of the tarp that were looped in this piece of rope. The 4th loop of rope was around Mr. Maldonado's ankle region, and the heel side of the diagram shows this fabric. There is a baseball cap inside the black plastic sheeting down at the feet. So I think that covers it.
It does, thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please put the screen back on just for Dr. Scheel? Dr. Scheel, is part of an autopsy, and in this case in particular, actually, with Mr. Maldonado, did you take various x-rays?
Yes.
And why did you take x-rays, and how was that done?
We take x-rays in every case that's going to be a forensic anthropology case. Mostly because our forensic anthropologists really like their bones and like seeing them in detail on skeletal radiographs. But for Mr. Maldonado, because he had to come to us wrapped in these coverings, I did a set of x-rays with the coverings all intact because I wanted to make sure we didn't lose any evidence by unwrapping the coverings. And by evidence, I mean, you know, projectiles, bullets, things like that. Anything that would show up on an x-ray that we call radio opaque, that's metallic and would show up. So we did a set of x-rays with all the wrappings intact. And then once Mr. Maldonado was out of the wrappings, we did another set. And then once he was cleaned up, we did a formal set for Dr. Truzell's forensic anthropology and assessment.
Have you worked with Dr. Truesdale before?
Yes,
And would that be under the same circumstances in which you have an individual who is partially or mostly skeletonized?
yes,
When you performed that first set of x-rays on Mr. Maldonado, did you note or observe any of those or any projectiles or metallic opaque objects that you discussed?
yes,
And did you later in the autopsy find out what those were?
yes,
Were you able to tell, or were they recovered from particular areas of Mr. Maldonado's body?
yes. One of the projectiles was in the soft tissues of the scalp that were still attached to the head or skull. And one of the projectiles was recovered from that decomposed soft tissue and liquid that we recovered from underneath his torso.
Dr. Scheel, in front of you, I'm showing you what a series of photos marked States Exhibits 120 through 139. During an autopsy, are photos taken at every stage by either yourself or one of your assistants or investigators?
Yes, usually one of my pathology assistants does the photos.
Okay.
That's somebody who works in the morgue rather than goes to scenes.
Thank you. Now, in scrolling through these photos here, I'll ask you to just watch as I go through them, and then I'll have some additional questions for you. Exhibit number 126, is that in black and white?
Yes,
Do you take photos, or I'm sorry, does anyone during the autopsy procedure take photos in black and white? Or is that something that was done in preparation for court today?
this was done in preparation for court.
And with autopsy photos, do they tend to be graphic in nature?
Yes,
And these are things that a lay person or a normal everyday citizen is not used to seeing. Is that fair?
yes,
Does the black and white have the ability to still show the integrity of the photo while lessening some of the graphic nature of the photo?
yes.
Okay. Continuing on then through this packet. Do you recognize those photos or the items in those photos from the autopsy of Mr. Maldonado?
Yes,
Now, once the autopsy is completed, all the x-rays are completed, and the bones are cleaned, do you then note or continue examining for any signs of trauma or injury to the bones?
yes,
And do you, in an example of, let's say, a gunshot wound, do you use probes to try to understand the trajectory of the bullet as it went through an individual's body?
yes,
I'm showing you now a second set of photographs that contain photos of States Exhibit 169 through 172. Do you recognize those photos as well?
yes,
Are those 4 photos of Mr. Maldonado's skull?
yes,
Looking then at the packet of photos in States Exhibit 173 through 177. That top one is fairly small and I don't know why, so I'll zoom in for you. Oops, that's way too small. Do you recognize what is in exhibits 173 to 177?
Yes.
And is this or are these various photographs of a vertebrae from Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
Which vertebrae is this?
L2, the lumbar or second lumbar vertebrae.
Okay. At this time, I would move exhibits 120 through 139, 169 through 172, and 173 through 177 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the receipt of those exhibits? Mr. Lychwick does not acknowledge the court. Those exhibits will be received.
May I publish?
Any objection to publication, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing none, they will be allowed to be used with the jury. Before we put them on the screen, Attorney Thompson, are you intending to go through all of those pictures?
Yes.
Okay. All right, they may be published.
Thank you. Now, once again, first I have exhibit 119, just to kind of refresh everyone's memory on an overview, because it's a little bit hard to decipher once we get to the actual in-person photos. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
It's easy for you because you know exactly what you're looking for. Now, starting with exhibit 120, what are we looking at here?
Okay, on the right side or far side from me is Mr. Maldonado's head region. The outer covering is the blue tarp. It's covered by black plastic inside the blue tarp. Moving down, you can see some ribs. Right there is a scapula, part of the pelvis. On top of the bag, the black sheeting is a portion of a cardboard box. And down here is his foot area. And in that red bag is some of the decomposed soft tissues that were gathered from underneath the body outside the tarp at the scene.
Moving on to exhibit 121, as we zoom in closer to Mr. Maldonado's feet area, what observations do you make here?
There's still some residual vegetation over the surface of the black sheeting. You can see the white woven rope that's binding the sheeting in place.
During the examination, did you ever undo the knots on these ropes?
No.
Then how did you remove them? Did you cut them at all or did you slide them off?
We slid them off. Okay. It's very important to preserve knots in any kind of bindings or ropes because there might be DNA evidence within those knots.
In exhibit 122, this is at the front of Mr. Maldonado's head?
Yes. So there's...
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. The white rope around his head and shoulder region. There's some vegetation inside between the blue tarp and the black plastic. Go ahead.
Now, exhibit 123, can you tell, this is obviously a close-up of one of the ropes, but can you tell which area of Mr. Maldonado's body this was recovered from or observed on?
I can't, no.
Okay. In exhibit 124, is this more of the middle of Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
What did you notate in this area of Mr. Maldonado?
There is adhesive tape right there on that black plastic. I think that's...
Is this another one of the ropes that you referenced?
Yes.
Now, in exhibit 125, do you know what this is here towards the middle bottom of this photo that I'm circling my cursor around?
That is the baseball hat that was found in the foot region of that black plastic sheeting. It's probably a different color because this was taken on a different day than the other photos of the baseball hat.
Okay. Exhibit 126. What do you notice here in terms of trauma? Just at the initial site of the skull.
Well, adjacent to the right side of the nasal aperture, which is the opening for the nose, which is right in the middle of the photo, there's a fracture, which would be the right maxilla, portion of the right cheekbone. It's really hard to point this out to you because you've probably never seen a skull in this fashion, but there are fractures of the hard palate, which is the roof of the mouth, extending back into the base of the skull. But you can see that Mr. Maldonado's teeth of his mandible or lower jaw are in good condition.
Now, when we talk about these projectiles that you saw in the x-ray, where was the one recovered from Mr. Maldonado's head area?
That was the left posterior parietal region. If I can point that out, it's like right back here.
And you indicated it was outside of the skull, but still within the scalp.
Yes.
Okay. Then if we go to exhibit number 128, would this then just be a closer view of the projectile recovered from Mr. Maldonado's scalp?
Yes.
Okay. Oops, I'm sorry. Looking at exhibit 129, where was this projectile found?
This projectile was recovered from the soft tissue that was underneath Mr. Maldonado's torso.
And do you recall, was it within the black plastic sheeting, or was it on the ground underneath him?
It was on the ground underneath him. So some of that dirt and decomposed soft tissue and liquid we collected, that projectile was in that mass of dirt and soft tissue. In that red bag, if that helps you. If you remember that red biohazard bag.
So if you hadn't done that additional searching and collection in the meticulous manner in which you did, we may not have ever found this.
Right, and it was very helpful that the WAUKESHA PD had a metal detector because it hit on some of that decomposed soft tissue and dirt underneath the torso.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
Dr. Shield, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 155 and 156. They've previously been received. Take a look at them, please, and let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
Okay. One of the many stickers on that item, on both items, do you see your ME's office case number? WK242635?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a procedure for when you are recovering items from an autopsy so that there is some way to follow or remember that these items were taken from this autopsy?
Yes. This is the label that we use for all specimens collected during that autopsy. And the handwriting is my handwriting, and those are my initials to document that I was the one who collected and identified the material or the evidence.
And were you the one that placed these projectiles into the cardboard boxes?
Yes.
Why cardboard versus just keeping them in a plastic bag?
Well, if there's any biological evidence on the bullet, you don't want to just put it in a plastic bag because that tissue will continue to decompose. And you don't want to use a metal tin because a metal bullet's going to knock around against the inside of a metal tin and possibly mess up the rifling pattern or the ballistics evidence that can be gleaned from the bullet. So we use cardboard boxes. There's a little bit of absorbent foam or gauze in there if there is any biological tissue on the bullet.
And then can you see other stickers on that box aside from your Emmy's office sticker?
Yes.
Okay. If we look at exhibits 155 and 156, we can see the projectile is no longer within that cardboard box. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in noticing that there's other stickers on there from other agencies, does that indicate to you that additional analysis was conducted on these projectiles you recovered from Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
Moving on to then exhibit 130, is this a closer view of the projectile located from Mr. Maldonado's torso area?
Yes.
Does it have a greenish tint to it?
Yes, it's oxidized.
So were these copper bullets?
Where the copper colored in most jacketing has at least some copper in it. That's why it turns green when exposed to oxygen.
And knowing that Mr. Maldonado was in the elements for approximately 6 months, is that consistent with the oxidation that you notice on these projectiles?
Yes.
We talked about a baseball hat that was found near Mr. Maldonado's feet in the black plastic sheeting. Is this the baseball hat in exhibit 131?
Yes.
Now, this hat, are you able to see that it is not originally a white or a gray colored hat?
I didn't know what color this hat was.
Okay. Is this dirt or biological fluids or tissue? I mean, what's on here? Do you know?
There is some biological tissue and maybe some dirt, but a lot of it looks like decomposed tissue.
And then exhibit 132, when we looked at that handwritten diagram, this knotted fabric, where did you find this within the tarp or the sheeting?
This was in the region of the torso in the black plastic sheeting.
Did you eventually unwrap or unknot this fabric?
I believe we did, yes.
Okay.
We wanted to make sure there wasn't anything inside the knot for this t-shirt. It was saturated with liquid, so the likelihood of there being anything evidentiary besides, say, an object in the knot was small.
Different than the ropes that you saw on each of those 4 sections of Mr. Maldonado's body, where you kept those intact.
Correct.
Okay. Moving on then to exhibit 133, what are we looking at here?
These are Mr. Maldonado's shoes. They're navy blue and black with white soles.
So these shoes, were they still on Mr. Maldonado's feet?
I believe so.
So at this point then, all of his feet bones were still inside of the shoes he was wearing.
Correct.
Now looking at exhibit 134, what is this?
This is some adhesive tape, which was adherent to his hand bones.
Not the black plastic sheeting or the tarp?
Correct.
So we have tape in several areas of Mr. Maldonado's body. We have tape on his actual hand bones and tape on the black plastic sheeting that's
Yes.
surrounding him.
Yes.
Then moving on to Exhibit 135, where's this tape located from?
This tape was on the right side of his torso. I don't know if it was originally adherent to the black plastic or if it was tape that, came loose from his hands.
Okay. Now, we've been seeing kind of in the background when it comes to the items recovered during this autopsy, it looks like a white cloth type of material. What is the reason why you're placing all of these items on this cloth?
These are white paper evidence sheets, so they're not sterile, but they haven't been used before. So they're protecting all the evidence gleaned from Mr. Maldonado's examination for contamination with any surfaces in the morgue and catching anything else that might be of evidentiary value as we remove and photograph these objects.
Does it also assist you then, you have something to write on to remind us as we look at these photos later where each item was recovered from on the body?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to Exhibit 136. What are we looking at here?
This is the length of rope that was around Mr. Maldonado's head region.
Exhibit 137.
The rope that was around his upper chest and right shoulder region.
The knots are all still intact.
Yes.
Exhibit 138.
The rope that was around his ankles.
And Exhibit 139.
The rope that was around his pelvis and legs. And that's further designated with front and back.
When we say back, is that underneath him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once we go through the process then of the examination, you've taken all these photos of the items that are removed, are the bones then cleaned for that analysis? Or for the next part of this analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we saw an exhibit, I think it was 126, that Mr. Maldonado's skull still had some tissue on it. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once his bones are cleaned, are you then able to get a clearer picture of the trauma we saw in that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to then the packet with exhibits 169 through 172. Starting with 169. This is still Mr. Maldonado's skull, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what are we looking at here when it comes to the section of your autopsy protocol where you are notating evidence of injury?
This is a depiction of the front of Mr. Maldonado's skull. So you can see again his teeth are in relatively good condition in his lower jaw. His nasal aperture, which is the opening to his nasal cavities, right there, is enlarged on the right side because there's a fracture of the cheekbone and right maxilla. Actually, the maxilla is almost totally missing in this photo because of these fractures. The fracture continues to behind the nose, and I don't think we can see very well in this photo, but it goes through the back of the face, which we also call the basilar, B-A-S-I-L-A-R, basilar skull, into the cranial cavity.
Now, if we look at, exhibit 170, and I'll exit out of this and maybe zoom in to assist with the next questions that I have. So looking at 170, what are we looking at here?
This is the left posterior parietal region of the skull. So the back of the head, like I designated earlier. There's a defect here that's, very roughly triangular or bell-shaped. And this hole has a gray margin. So surrounding the hole, the skull looks like it's at a different level from the base of the hole to where the defect looks like it ends on the top of the skull surface. It's basically a gradient. This is called external beveling, and it's very helpful in telling us the directionality of a bullet, so the wound pathway. External beveling means there's this angular surface to the defect on the outside of the skull, and it means that the bullet passed through that skull to the outside, so it was moving front to back. So the bullet's pushing through the skull from the inside out. And around this defect are radiating linear fractures. They look like the spokes of a wheel. So this is a very typical, classic exit gunshot wound to the skull. Now, I say exit to the skull because this bullet did exit the skull. It just didn't have enough velocity to get through the scalp, which is why we were able to recover it, because it was still underneath that scalp tissue.
Moving on then to Exhibit 171, which actually probably would have been more helpful to have up when you were just discussing the beveling and the radiating fractures. But this is closer up of 170, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then if we go to Exhibit 172, does this show the probe that is used to assess the trajectory of the bullet as it goes through Mr. Maldonado's skull?
Yes.
And what was the trajectory of this bullet?
This bullet was traveling front to back, slightly upward, and slightly right to left. So if it enters his midface at about his nose, passes through his skull in an upward fashion, and then exits slightly to the left on the back of the skull. That's a front to back, slightly up, slightly right to left trajectory.
And so this, based on your training and your experience, this injury that we see here is a gunshot wound?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we go to Exhibits 173 and 177, are these photos then of the, I think you said L2 vertebrae?
Yes.
So can you give the jury an overview of the makeup of the spine so we can understand where on the person's spine or back we would be seeing this vertebrae?
Okay. So the skull sits on top of the first cervical vertebrae. That's the first vertebrae in the neck. There are 7 cervical vertebrae or neck vertebrae. The first thoracic vertebrae starts just below the nape of your neck and continues down your back. And there are 12 thoracic vertebrae. After the 12th thoracic vertebrae, the lumbar vertebrae start, and there are 5 lumbar vertebrae: L1, L2, L3, L4, and L5. And then there are sacral vertebrae, or the sacrum. So this is the second lumbar vertebrae, so we're talking lower back. The front of what you're looking at here, the bulky part, sits, this rounded bulky part is if you were looking at a person head on. So that's the front of the vertebrae. The back of the vertebrae comes to a point, and that's what you would feel through your skin if you're palpating or feeling your back. You feel the spinous process. So if you're looking at this vertebra, there is a fracture that starts on the right side of the body and continues, there we go, continues in an angular fashion towards the left side of the vertebral arch. So there's this bulky mass that's kind of rounded, that's the body, and the whole rest of the vertebrae is called the arch. And there are particular parts of the arch which you don't need to know, except that there are fractures through some of this arch on this particular vertebrae as well as the body, and there's a hole in a portion of this vertebral arch.
Now, Exhibit 174 is a much closer up version of Exhibit 173. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, on the left side here, we see
Just say, is that correct?
that there almost looks like some rough, like a rough area of the L2. Is this broken?
It's broken, but it looks normal for what it's showing because there's a fracture there. The inside of a vertebra is porous, so it'll look like a sponge because it's built of bone marrow, which is a lot of blood cells and fat and tiny little bony fragments called trabecula. So it's supposed to look spongy, but there's not supposed to be a fracture there.
Okay, and this fracture here, what I'm dragging my cursor over, is that the fracture you're talking about?
That and the whole part that's exposing the porous surface, that's fractured too.
Okay,
Right there.
so this porous surface, that's not the same as the beveling, for example, that we saw on Mr. Maldonado's skull that we talked about earlier.
No.
Okay. So moving to Exhibit 175, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
We're looking at a portion of the vertebral arch, and you can see another fracture that extends all the way from the top of the vertebrae, it's a little blurry up there, through the arch there, and it continues down to this point here.
And then, similar to the skull, did you also use a probe to determine the trajectory of this bullet as it went through Mr. Maldonado's L2 vertebra?
Yes. Okay. If we could go back a little bit.
Yes.
So what I didn't mention is that there's a hole right in the middle of what we call the lamina. That's that portion of vertebral arch that I was talking about that had a hole in it. There's a hole here, and this hole, this defect, does also exhibit external beveling, just like the exit gunshot wound to the skull did. There's just a little bit that you can see on the right side of the defect where the surface of the bone looks a little bit angled.
So this hole is not supposed to be here?
No.
Okay. Now, Exhibit 176.
Okay. So this probe is showing the trajectory of this bullet pathway. It's passing from anterior on the right side, traveling backwards through this hole that we saw in the vertebral arch and out. So this would be out towards the skin of the lower back.
Dr. Scheel, when we talk about the trajectory of the bullets, obviously we can determine that here based on what we have. Are you able to tell how close an individual was to Mr. Maldonado when these two gunshots were fired?
No.
Why not?
We don't have any skin surrounding the entrance gunshot wounds that might show as soot or stippling, which is gunpowder tattooing of the skin surrounding the entrance gunshot wound. Because we don't
I think he's working on his
soft
appeal.
tissue or skin to detail those entrances for us, we cannot determine range of fire.
Is that something you could otherwise do if you still had soft tissue?
Yes.
If maybe we had found Mr. Maldonado the day after he was killed?
Correct.
Are you able to tell, based on your examination and the state of Mr. Maldonado's body, which gunshot wound happened first?
No.
If you had,
No.
if you still had soft tissue, or if we had located Mr. Maldonado's body the day after he was killed, is that something you might be able to
Please, 'cause
determine?
I'm falling asleep over here.
There would be more of a chance of determining that, yes, if he had been fresh.
Okay. When we talk about the L2, and I think in general, when people think of the spine and an injury to it, a very quick thought is possible paralysis. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Are you able to tell, based
I
on
was sick and the
the
judge made me come
path
to
of
court
travel
and kept
of
asking
this
me
bullet,
questions.
whether or not Mr. Maldonado would have been paralyzed from this gunshot wound?
I don't know if he would have been or not. This particular vertebra sits at just the level where the spinal cord branches. There's the terminus of the spinal cord, and it branches into a lot of little tentacles that look like a horse's tail. That's why it's called the cauda equina. That's CAUDAEQUINA. So L2 designates the point at which the spinal cord separates into the little nerve trails that are called the cauda equina. So it's very possible that his legs would have been paralyzed, or he would have suffered a spinal cord injury, but I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly because everybody's a little bit anatomically different how that would have manifested in Mr. Maldonado. It would have been a low paralysis, meaning a low spinal cord paralysis, had he been paralyzed.
Attorney Thompson, I'd like to take a break now if we could.
Sure.
Thank
All right,
you,
so let's
Judge.
take a 10-minute break, and we will resume. Again, I'll remind you, ladies and gentlemen, to not discuss the case amongst yourselves.
All right.
Okay, I gotta go lay down. I am exhausted. I guess my problem, I don't know if I categorize it a problem or not. We don't have two different sides, attorney-wise, to tell us what happened. So, we don't have a motive. We don't have why this happened. We don't have, like, I don't even have a clear-cut timeline. Like, I asked, hang on, I'll pull it back up. Because I was like, when I sat down here today, I'm like, what? I don't even know anything about this trial. Like, we're way into it. We're almost done with it. I don't even know. How do I get back? How do I get back? I know how to do this on the phone. I don't know how to do this on the computer. How do I get back to my previous chats that I've had? Dang it. Oh well. Never mind. Anyways, ChatGPT told me like the day he went missing, what his daughter did to try to find him. I still am not clear on how this man died. I mean, I know he was shot. Why this man died. We don't know anything. All we know is that in his opening, he stood up and said, I'm innocent. I didn't do this. Why did this happen? I need to know why this poor man died. Did he just decide one day that he wanted to kill people in his building? Or did he have a beef with this guy? It's like we're just getting one side of the story. I can't stand it. I need to know. I need to know why this happened. I don't understand. And I feel like this guy needs to be hospitalized because he's not right in the head. Good Lord. if there's any antics, we'll get to them tomorrow, because I gotta go lay down, y'all. I so hope that iron infusion. No, before I can take a nap, I gotta call and get that scheduled. I sure hope they make me feel better, because I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Okay, guys, I will see you in the morning at 9 o'clock, and we will finish this thing. Hopefully, we'll finish tomorrow, and then I might take Friday off, because I have a doctor's appointment in the morning, and then I have to call and make appointments and change appointments, because they're bad times, and I need to find out what's going on with the trial, the Tupac thing, and I just want to lay down and sleep forever. Not forever, but till I get rest, which never happens because I have fibromyalgia. Okay, guys, I will see you in the morning. Bye. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Did he do a closing, Judy? Oh, well, I guess I'll find out tomorrow. Good night. Have a great evening. I'll see you in the morning, guys. Bye.